Donna, played by Lisa Hammond, found herself in deep water as it transpired she was the one who sent drugs to Rainy Cross, Tanya Franks, to jeopardize her chances of adopting baby Abby with Max Branning, Jake Wood. Once she was exposed by Rainy, Donna found herself at odds with boyfriend Robbie Jackson, Dean Gaffney, on BBC soap EastEnders. As Max's nephew, Robbie felt he should be loyal to his family in the case and berated his girlfriend for her behavior. Upset and angered by what had unfolded, Donna could be seen looking wistfully at a series of old photographs before welling up. She flicked through snaps of pal Ben Mitchell, Harry Reid, foster mother Claudette Hubbard, Ellen Thomas, and foster brother Vincent, Richard Blackwood. It all appeared to get on top of Donna as she was later seen ordering a cab with a packed suitcase next to her. Looking despondent, Donna left the square but not before Rainy had a few words to say. Catching her off guard as the vehicle stopped at a traffic light, Rainy peered into the taxi window to lash out once more. She said, taking a little break? "Do us all a favor, make it a big one." The cab then sped off with Donna still in the back. Although, it is unclear where the market stall holder has headed off to. But the photos could have been a clue to where she is going as Vincent, Claudette and Ben have all left Walford. Could Donna be about to track down Vincent? That is, if he's alive after his ending was left on an ambiguous note. Vincent was forced to leave the square after getting dangerously involved with Aidan McGuire, Patrick Bergen, and accruing a huge amount of debt. Donna may join forces with Claudette in an attempt to find her troubled brother and bring him back to his wife. But little does Vincent know, his wife Kim, Tamika Empson, who he left behind, is pregnant. Earlier in the year, Kim star Tamika teased that Vincent would be back. In an appearance on The One Show, the actress declared, "When's he coming back? He should be back already is what I'm saying. I don't know. I don't know when he's coming back. But he's got to come back for this, hasn't he?" she said whilst gesturing to herself. So watch this space. I hope he's going to come bearing gifts as well. As the Slaters are busy preparing for the christening of baby Hope in EastEnders next week, tragedy is lurking around the corner for Hayley, Katie Jarvis, as she is involved in a road crash. The Slaters are currently unaware that Hayley is pregnant, following a one-night stand with Kat's Jesse Wallace, estranged husband Alfie Moon, Shane Ritchie. After secretly meeting with Alfie a few months ago, he was led to believe Hayley had terminated the unborn child. But a change of heart saw Hayley decide to embrace motherhood and give herself a chance of raising the child on her own. This week, however, she could be at risk of losing her baby when she decides to take a moped for a spin around the square. On the morning of Hope's christening, godmother-to-be Kat suddenly disappears, leaving Stacey "Lacey" Turner to ask Hayley to take on the role. But what Stacey doesn't realize is that Hayley is in a very confused state of mind and it all becomes too much for the mom-to-be. On returning home, Hayley goes to get herself an alcoholic drink, but just as she decides to pour the drink down the sink, Gillian Wright walks into the kitchen. Hayley confesses to her mother figure that she is expecting, prompting Jean to start Hayley on a health kick. Later on, however, Kat returns and takes Hayley out on a moped. Fun quickly turns to terror for Hayley as the two Slater women fall off the bike. Initially recovering from their ordeal, Hayley later takes a funny turn and begins to experience pain. Jean insists the mom-to-be goes to hospital, but with Kat tagging along, could Hayley's baby secret be exposed? While the nurses carry out the tests, Hayley desperately tries to keep Kat distracted to avoid her finding out the truth. After a tense few moments, the nurses inform the troubled Slater woman that the baby is unharmed. Relief is short-lived though when Jean piles on the pressure for Hayley to make contact with the baby's father. Unaware of the child's paternity, Jean volunteers Hayley to babysit Hope and plants a baby monitor in the room to see if the mom-to-be reveals any information. What Jean doesn't expect is for Hayley to find the monitor, who then turns the tables and makes Jean believe she has left Hope unattended. When Jean rushes to a crying Hope, confrontation turns to comfort as Hayley reveals her doubts over motherhood. But having blown Mo's Layla Moore's secret about Kat being dead out the bag, could Jean unknowingly expose Hayley's secret? EastEnders airs the scenes Tuesday the 31st of July. Julian Assange's legal team says Ecuador is seeking assurances he won't be executed if he is forced to leave its embassy in London. Speculation about Assange's future has grown in recent days, amid reports that officials from Ecuador and Britain are discussing how to remove him after revocation of his asylum. Ecuadorian President Lenin Moreno today told reporters in Madrid the only thing he wants is a guarantee Assange will avoid a death penalty. He added that the only person he hasn't spoken to regarding the WikiLeaks founder's plight is Mr. Assange himself. It comes as a source close to Assange today told Reuters his embassy standoff situation was coming to a head. Assange sought refuge in the embassy to avoid extradition to Sweden to face questioning about allegations of sex crimes which he has always denied. Those allegations have since been dropped, but Assange would be arrested by British police, should he leave the embassy, for breaching bail conditions. Assange believes that would pave the way for extradition to the United States for the publication of a huge cache of U.S. diplomatic and military secrets on the WikiLeaks website. The Sun reported this week that Ecuadorian officials want him out, and his communication with the outside world was cut off 3 months ago when he was accused of interfering with other states. A Whitehall source told The Sun to expect movement in the coming weeks, but the Foreign Office insisted that there was not an imminent breakthrough expected. Assange visited Sweden in August 2010 to speak at a conference when he met 2 women and had sex with them. They accused him of rape and molestation, and Assange was questioned but never charged over the claims. He was initially told he could leave the country, but in November of that year, Interpol issued a red notice for his arrest. Assange has always denied the claims. He gave himself up a week later and appeared before a judge in Westminster, where his supporters stumped up £240,000 for his bail. In June 2012, Swedish prosecutors called for him to be extradited, a measure his lawyers opposed in case he was sent to the U.S. On June 19, 2012, he fled bail and applied for asylum in Ecuador, through the embassy in Knightsbridge, London. The Ecuadorian authorities stated that he could remain in the embassy as long as he wished, and Assange was granted political asylum in August of that year. Baywatch star Pamela Anderson, whose close friendship with WikiLeaks founder Assange has set tongues wagging, has paid Assange frequent visits at the embassy. The 49-year-old actress was introduced to Assange by Vivienne Westwood in August 2014, and sought advice from him about her animal rights charity. We pay for your stories. Do you have a story for the Sun online news team? Email us at tips@the-sun.co.uk or call 0207 782 43. The third season of El Chapo will be the final season of the hit series about real-life Mexican drug lord, Joaquin El Chapo Guzman Lora. El Chapo has been hailed as the new Narcos since its debut last year. The final season premiered in the US last week. Unfortunately, the series premiere in the UK has a later date. All 13-hour-long episodes of Season 3 will be available to download and stream on Netflix UK from Friday, July 27. Season 1 and 2 are available to watch on Netflix now. El Chapo Season 3, how to stream online and download the series, documents the rise and fall of Joaquin El Chapo Guzman across 3 decades. El Chapo is known as one of the most powerful drug traffickers in the world according to the United States Department of Treasury. He was head of the Sinaloa cartel, who trafficked multi-ton cocaine shipments from Colombia, via Mexico to the U.S. El Chapo infamously escaped from jail twice, the first time in 2001 via a laundry cart from a Mexican prison which was covered in Season 2. The drug lord was then found inside a 4th-floor apartment in the beach town of Mazatlan, Sinaloa, and was arrested by Mexican authorities on February 22, 2014. The third season will cover his second escape from a maximum security Mexican prison on July 11, 2015. He managed to flee by escaping through a tunnel leading from his shower to a construction site 1.5 kilometers away in Santa Juanita. The tunnel was 33 feet underground, and a motorbike and equipment were both found inside the tunnel. The series will also track his prison experience and his ultimate downfall following his second escape, which led to his final arrest in January 2016. El Chapo was extradited to the U.S. in January 2017 on charges of drug trafficking and conspiracy. El Chapo, WHO, was El Chapo's wife? Like Narcos, El Chapo is filmed in Colombia with a mostly Latino cast. Newcomer Marco Dilo plays Joaquin El Chapo Guzman. Supporting roles in the series are Humberto Busto as Don Sol, a fictional lawyer running to become Mexico's president based on Genaro Garcia Luna; Juan Carlos Olivas as El Guerrero, Guzman's main partner; and Alejandro Aguilar as Tonio, his main assassin. Ted Espinosa plays Kio, Guzman's lover, with Rodrigo Abed as Amado, a rival drug lord, and Luis Rabago as General Blanco, a national security advisor. Completing the cast are Cristina Mikaus as Doña Esperanza, Guzman's mother; Valentina Acosta as Alejandra, Guzman's first wife; and Juliet Pardo as Graciela, his second wife. El Chapo net worth: how much money did El Chapo make? Yes! Univision Storyhouse Entertainment, who co-produced the show with Netflix, released a 90-second trailer for Season 3. The trailer shows the scale of El Chapo's drug trafficking trade. By the time of his arrest, El Chapo had a net worth of $1 billion. The trailer shows dramatic scenes of El Chapo's arrest and his extradition to the United States. It ends with El Chapo in his cell with a shaved head in prison clothes, waiting to appear before the court. An American voice is heard saying, "All of El Chapo's third and final season will be available to stream on Netflix tomorrow at 8 a.m. in the UK. There will be 13-hour-long episodes in Season 3 of the Spanish-language cartel drama to binge, which U.S. viewers have been watching over the last 2 weeks on the Univision channel. The first and second season of El Chapo, which has been called the Spanish Narcos by some, are available to stream on Netflix now for those who want to binge the series before it returns for the last time. Viewers, who are new to Netflix and want to see the real-life drama that led to the notorious drug lord's imprisonment, can sign up to a month's free trial of the streaming service. They can also subscribe to the service for £7.99 a month. El Chapo Season 3 release date, cast, trailer. Plot: El Chapo is based on real-life figure Joaquin Guzman, played by Marco Di Leo, the head of the Sinaloa cartel, who was called the biggest drug lord of all time by Forbes. Viewers of El Chapo have followed his rise in the cartels from doing jobs for Pablo Escobar, the subject of his own Netflix drama, Narcos, to building his own cartel using violence and brutality. Season 3 begins with his empire at its height, as he searches for a location to build the world's biggest drug lab, while Seasons 1 and 2 explore his rise. The final 13 episodes chart his fall. The series follows him as he is imprisoned in Mexico, escapes from jail and then is recaptured and extradited to the USA. How many episodes in El Chapo Season 3? Guzman's first prison escape in a laundry cart in 2001 was covered in the second season. The third series, however, will show him getting out of a maximum security prison thanks to a tunnel 30 feet underground leading from the showers using a motorbike. The series takes his story up to date, with the real-life El Chapo currently awaiting trial in a Manhattan jail. Aside from this central arc, the season also finds time to tell some of the other tales from the drug trafficker's life as he fights against rival cartels, sees off power struggles, and even gets involved in local politics. How to watch El Chapo online and download. Marco Di Leo leads the cast as the eponymous El Chapo. Other lead characters returning are fictional crooked politician Saul or Conrado Higuera-Sol, Humberto Busto, and current leader of the Sinaloa cartel Ismael Mayo Zambada Garcia, Diego Vasquez. Also appearing in the series are a number of romantic partners past and present of El Chapo. These include his lover Kio, Ted Espinosa, his first wife Alejandra Guzman, Valentina Acosta, and second wife Graciela, Juliet Parda. For every friend or lover, there is an enemy or would-be assassin. The third and final season of crime drama El Chapo just premiered in the U.S. last week. Based on real-life Mexican drug lord Joaquin El Chapo Lora, the hugely popular series follows the titular character's rise to power as head of the Sinaloa cartel and subsequent downfall. Mexican actor Marco Di Leo portrays El Chapo on the show. The series is produced by American Spanish-language network Univision and is often compared to Netflix's Narcos. Season 3 contains 13-hour-long episodes. El Chapo is available to watch on the Univision website, but that option is only available in the US. The series is shown on Netflix in the UK, but it will be a little while before Season 3 is added to the streaming service here. Season 3 will be available to stream on Netflix UK from July 27. Netflix has a download function for most of its shows on smaller devices like phones and tablets. Seasons 1 and 2 can be downloaded now, and Season 3 will be available for download on July 27. The synopsis for Season 3 reads, "The final season of El Chapo came to Univision with much more action and a story that does not let you blink. Joaquin Guzman Laura will continue to prove that he is the most powerful drug lord in the world, but he will face new enemies." Much like Narcos fictionalizes the life of Pablo Escobar, the same can be said for El Chapo with Joaquin Guzman Laura. Season 3 of the biopic is set to span until the drug lord's final capture, so far, in January 2017. Yes, Univision released an epic trailer for Season 3 which hints at a tense and dramatic season. It begins with El Chapo at the height of his success. He is alleged to have controlled 34% of cocaine in Colombia at one point. Interference from the DEA eventually leads to his downfall and he is extradited to America. Season 3 will focus on El Chapo as a prisoner awaiting trial. El Chapo Season 3 will be available. An elderly man has been rescued after falling into a 4-foot-deep sinkhole that suddenly appeared on a road in northern China. Shocking surveillance footage shows how the pavement opened up without warning and swallowed the 80-year-old man in front of shocked pedestrians. The pensioner's feet became firmly stuck in the hole, but he was pulled up by his family members and onlookers. The pensioner was on his way home in Jiamusi City, Heilongjiang Province, when the accident occurred, according to Heilongjiang Television. CCTV footage shows he was walking through a car park at 8:40 a.m. on July 20 before the ground underneath him gave way all of a sudden. The sinkhole measured about 1.1 meters wide, 3.6 feet, and 1.2 meters deep, 4 feet. Onlookers including a woman and a child went up to check if the pensioner was injured. It turned out that they were the pensioner's neighbors. They informed his family members of the accident by phone and called for emergency services. "Don't move. Stay there. Don't move." One woman can be heard telling the pensioner. Members of the public joined forces with the pensioner's family members to pull him out of the hole before the paramedics arrived. He was then sent to No. 2 affiliated hospital of Jiamusi University for treatment. He did not sustain any injuries. On-duty policeman. A car has been caught on camera speeding down the wrong side of a highway after taking a wrong turn. Horrified motorists filmed the close call on Friday afternoon as the elderly driver narrowly avoided oncoming cars in an incident that could have turned deadly. Video footage shows the white dual-cab ute squeeze onto the edge of the traffic-heavy Bruce Highway, in Queensland, inches away from shocked oncoming vehicles. It was reported, by 7 News, that the elderly driver entered the highway through the exit on Pumicestone Road at around 3 p.m. "It was almost a surreal experience. I didn't believe what I was seeing, and then it took me 10-15 seconds to realize maybe you should get the phone out and we should film this," witness Brett Wilson said. Wilson's young daughter, Brooke, said that the elderly man knew he was going the wrong way but didn't seem to do anything to change his journey. Cars traveling the correct way were forced to slow down and swerve for the white ute. The video posted on Facebook has already received thousands of views as social media users respond to the incident. One person commented, Elf-on-the-shelf toys might be rapidly becoming one of the most popular festive traditions for Aussie kids, but academics have warned they are definitely more naughty than nice. The toys create a culture of surveillance in children due to the doll's ability to report back on the child's behavior, two Western Australian experts say. Curtin University Internet Studies Associate Professor Tom Oliver said the stuffed toy could give kids incentives to behave, but he also warned of its sinister potential. It's fun in that it extends that idea that Santa is watching, but in a darker sense it really does get kids used to this idea that toys are watching them, he told the West Australian. How do we prepare kids to be wary of our toys? It's something we need to think more about as a society, moving away from magical and mythical to the reality. Instead of normalizing it, use it as, it's okay in this one instance, but let's think about when it's not okay. Professor Lever and Murdoch University social media expert Catherine Archer are due to discuss the popular Christmas tradition at an early childhood conference in Perth today. During December, parents leave the elf-like toy in different perches around the house in order for it to report back to Santa Claus on their children's behavior. First released as a children's book in 2005, the story aimed to bring a so-called fun-filled Christmas tradition into homes worldwide. More recently, the toys gained additional popularity as the concept went viral, with hordes of parents taking to social media showing creative spots to place the doll. Some also opt to leave small presents alongside the elf, giving the impression it is rewarding their well-behaved offspring with gifts from Santa. The dolls have been marred by controversy before, with psychologists arguing their potential to trick children into believing that Santa Claus is literally real. According to she was reportedly awarded $53 million cash and a $26 million home during her divorce from billionaire Jeffrey Soffer. And model Elle Macpherson seems to have moved on with a new man, as she was pictured locking lips with a handsome chap on Friday. The 54-year-old appeared in good spirits as she filled up her basket with healthy produce while at Glazer's Organic Farm in Miami. Elle, who was a keen advocate of healthy eating, appeared relaxed in her new man's company, wearing a light blue shirt over matching trousers. She appeared to make up free for the outing, wearing her caramel tresses in a simple updo. And the catwalk queen wore an oversized gray shopper on one shoulder as her handsome male companion kept close. Mail Online has contacted a spokesperson for Elle for more information. In May, Elle spoke about how she had to overhaul her diet as she got older in a bid to maintain her youthful looks. She told InStyle, "I realized that I couldn't really rely on genetics anymore." The statuesque beauty, who has been nicknamed the Body, added, "The things I'd been doing since my 20s weren't working in my 50s. After turning to a whole food diet rich in fruit and vegetables and an organic alkalizing green powder, Elle found the results to be transforming." The powder, which Elle consumes daily, claims to alkalize the body and improve health with ingredients including Chinese herbs and shiitake and maitake mushrooms. Meanwhile, previously based in London, Elle moved her entire family to Miami in 2014 to be closer to Jeffrey 1 year after their wedding. They lived together until last year, along with her sons Flynn, 19, and Aurelius, 14, from her previous relationship with Orpad Busson. "People are surprised that I Moved my whole family from London to... Billionaire Elon Musk has launched a bizarre Twitter rant against a heroic Brit caver who led the rescue of 12 Thai schoolboys trapped in a cave, by branding him a pedo. The outspoken entrepreneur's outburst came after Vernon Unsworth told Musk to stick his submarine where it hurts, adding his offer to help with the rescue was just a PR stunt. The tech tycoon later ranted on Twitter that he would make a video proving the sub would have worked, adding, "Sorry pedo guy, you really did ask for it." The tweet has since been deleted. The American businessman then attacked the 63-year-old expat, claiming he never saw him at the cave during the high-profile rescue mission. When asked by journalists about Musk's outrageous comments, Unsworth said today, "It's not finished. I believe he has called me a pedophile." Well, by definition, you're rescuing 12 young boys. By definition that puts everybody in the same context. He revealed he is now considering legal action against Musk, adding, "I think people realize what sort of guy he is." Unsworth, who co-led the operation to save the schoolboys from the cave, told CNN Musk's subplan had absolutely no chance of working. The submarine, I believe, was about 5'6" long, rigid, so it wouldn't have gone round any corners or any obstacles, he said. In a string of tweets responding to a journalist mentioning Mr. Unsworth's comments, Musk said, "Never saw this British expat guy who lives in Thailand at any point when we were in the caves. Only people in sight were the Thai Navy/Army guys, who were great. Their Navy SEALs escorted us in, total opposite of wanting us to leave. Water level was actually very low and still not flowing. You could have literally swum into Cave 5 with no gear, which is how kids got in. If not true, then I challenge this dude to show final rescue video." Huge credit to Pump and Generator team. Unsung heroes here. You know what? Don't even bother showing the video. We will make one of the mini-sub/pod going all the way to Cave 5 no problemo. Mr. Unsworth spent years exploring the Tham Luang cave system, where the boys were trapped for 17 days, meaning he had expert knowledge that was vital to the rescue. He acquired his love of potholing in the Yorkshire Dales and was the first foreign rescuer at the scene. The expat told the Sunday Times, "The search was going nowhere, the conditions were worsening by the hour and we had no idea where the boys were. We needed the expertise of top world-class cave divers to look for these kids, and we needed it fast. If we hadn't called them in then, it would have been too late." Unsworth knew some of the chambers where they might have sought refuge would by then have been completely flooded. If they'd been caught in the wrong place, they'd have stood no chance, he said as he reflected on the operation. Unsworth, who was not a diver, was among the teams that carried stretchers during the 3-day operation. He was among the last to leave the cave on Tuesday night. Musk was earlier mocked online after the lads were rescued from the caves without the help of his submarine. He has now hit back, claiming the dive teams encouraged him to continue the work. Earlier, Musk tweeted a screenshot of an email from Richard Stanton, who co-led the rescue dive team, telling him it was absolutely worth continuing with the developments of the submarine. He claimed Mr. Stanton was the actual expert in the rescue rather than Mr. Unsworth, and that he was told his submarine may well be used. "We pay for your stories. Do you have a story for the Sun Online News team?" Email us at tips@the-sun.co.uk or call 0207 782 436. A billionaire oligarch's son has married stunning model Elena Gavrilova in a lavish ceremony with no expense spared. Emin Agalarov, 38, is the son of 62-year-old Azerbaijani Russian oligarch Aras Agalarov, whose net worth is reportedly 1.44 billion GBP. He married 31-year-old model Elena Gavrilova on the 14th of July at a stunning ceremony at the country golf club in the Agalarov estate near Russian capital Moscow 3 years after splitting from the daughter of the president of Azerbaijan. According to reports, the happy couple tied the knot at sunset in the company of around 200 guests. The groom shared footage of the big day on social media, showing gorgeous Gavrilova in a figure-hugging white dress as she takes part in the plush, lakeside ceremony. The couple is seen being showered with rose petals while walking down the aisle following the ceremony. Other VIP guests uploaded images to social media, including famous Russian singer Anita Tsoi, who posted a video of the groom placing the wedding ring on Gavrilova's finger and kissing tenderly. Emin Agalarov is a businessman and musician who writes and performs songs in English and Russian. His music is extremely popular in both Azerbaijan and Russia. He was previously married to Leyla Aliyeva, the daughter of Azerbaijan President Ilham Aliyev. They divorced in May 2015 and have twin sons together. Agalarov started dating Gavrilova in 2016, and he introduced the leggy model to his parents the following year, according to reports. Gavrilova, who was born in the southwestern Russian city of Saratov, launched her modeling career after winning a local beauty pageant as a youngster. She sought her fame in Moscow, where she met oligarch Rustam Tariko, founder of Russian Standard Vodka, who divorced his wife to marry Gavrilova. The couple has a son together. The weekend wedding is rumored to highlight a new secret link between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin, who met today in Helsinki. The U.S. president is a fan of Agalarov, and was a star guest in a pop video made by the Los Angeles-based brand Nasty Gal is known for its eclectic, vintage-inspired clothing, so who better to collaborate with than Emma Louise Connolly? The British model has just released her 30-piece collection with the e-tailer, and we're officially obsessed. An Instagram influencer and girlfriend of Mad in Chelsea star Oliver Proudlock, Connolly has garnered a fashion following due to her impeccable high-low taste and knack for nonchalant styling. Her Nasty Gal collection follows that feeling with its Western theme. There are girlish ruffled dresses toughened up with cowboy boots, distressed denim, corduroy flares and prairie details like Broderian glaze, Barda necklines, ruffled trims and corseting. Shot in the Wright Ranch in Malibu, the campaign feels really natural, with Emmylou giggling against a dreamy landscape and blue skies. Obviously, every single item is on our wish list, but if you can't buy it all, we've rounded up the best bits here. The key Western pieces in this collection are the cowboy boots, corduroy cords, flared pants, bohemian knitted dresses and low-slung leather belts. There are so many dresses with playful detailing, skinny scarves, corset belts, convertible sleeves, in the collection, but without a doubt, this scarlet satin dress is our favorite. Connolly recently wore it to a high-profile celebrity wedding. Wear it with heels to events or bring it back down to earth with a pair of cowboy boots. The sassy slogan t-shirts are so easy to style up or down. Try wearing them with distressed denim or lace-up leather shorts. Or, go all out with a bold straw beret. We love the lace-up detailing on the dresses and crop tops in the collection, but if you want to save a few pennies, buy a versatile belt to spice up an old dress you've already got in your wardrobe. We've been spoiled for choice recently with all the celebrity collaborations out there. Just last month, Boohoo teamed up with Paris. Emmerdale will air the soap proposal of the year tonight, as unlucky in love couple Aaron Dingle, played by Danny Miller, and Robert Sugden, Ryan Hawley, finally pop the question tonight. However, neither actually know that both are planning to propose to each other. Both had prepared to put their plans into action during Friday night's episode, with Robert asking Aaron's mumshes, Lucy Pargeter, for her son's hand in marriage. Viewers were left waiting even longer, however, when the episode concluded with no further development on the proposal front. For months, fans of the ITV soap have been waiting for the big moment to air, as bosses did state earlier in the year that a second Robin wedding was on the cards. Aaron and Robert have had a rocky relationship, with multiple obstacles being thrown their way. From the very beginning, Robert and Aaron had to keep their affair a secret, as Robert was engaged to Chrissy White, Lucy Marwood, who would later become his wife. However, the two men couldn't keep their attraction a secret any longer, and the truth was finally uncovered. Last year, the two solidified their love for each other by marrying in an unofficial ceremony in the Dingles' garage. Although the future was looking brighter, their marriage hit the rocks when the next day, Aaron was sentenced to 12 months in prison. While in prison, Aaron pushed Robert away, which led his husband into the arms of his ex-wife's sister, Rebecca Emily Head. Their one-night stand led to the birth of Robert's son, Sebastian, who Aaron first accepted but later realized he couldn't forget Robert's betrayal. However, all hope was not lost when the lovers reunited earlier this year in a highly anticipated reunion. The Dale's heartthrobs will be hoping it's second time lucky when they return to the spot it all began 4 years ago. In the lay-by where they first kissed, Aaron and Robert plan to put their proposal plans into motion. But not without the helpful hand of Shiz and Aaron's little sister Liv, Isobel Steele, who try to get the lads' plans off the ground. With both unaware of the other's intentions, viewers will have to watch to see who popped the question first. Will the love-struck pair finally get their happy ending? In an interview with Digital Spy, Danny Miller said he was looking forward to Robin's future. I feel like a little bit of a fan at the moment awaiting. Irene, played by Ethan Brown, was Charity's Emma Atkins' midwife 27 years ago, so the pair have a long history on Emmerdale. But when it was revealed Charity's son Ryan Stokes, James Moore, had actually survived birth, the pub landlord was left struggling to process all the lost time. After weeks of mistakes and bad decisions on Charity's part, Irene finally gave Ryan's birth mother another chance to get to know him on the ITV soap. Tonight saw things go from bad to worse when Charity upset her son by refusing to tell the rest of the Dingles his true identity. Annoyed at Charity's response, Ryan threw caution to the wind and shared numerous drinks with resident bad boy Ross Barton, Michael Parr. Unaware Charity and her girlfriend Vanessa Woodfield, Michelle Hardwick, were out desperately searching for him. Ryan then had a one-to-one chat with former prostitute and drug addict Dawn, and Irene was fuming, raging at Charity for letting her son spend time with rough as toast Dawn. Irene caused a huge scene in the middle of the village. Ryan appeared disappointed but not surprised at his adoptive mother's behavior. "Mom, will you please just shut up?" Ryan demanded. Charity quickly replied, "No please, keep it coming. It's nice to finally see the real you." But Irene was insistent as she snapped, "I knew this would be a disaster." Trying to reason with the medical professional, Charity shared, "Yes, because you wanted it to be, didn't you? All the hand-wringing and conditions. You're setting me up to fail." Yet despite all her trying, Irene was clear on her feelings about the pair's budding connection. The character's sinister side has led fans to worry about her actions against fan-favorite Charity in the future. #Emmerdale. The true Irene is showing there. She just wants Charity gone and Ryan all to herself. She's being selfish. Go on, my Charity girl. At James Moriector at Chell Hardwood #Vanity, one person wrote. Another posted, Irene on warpath #Emmerdale. Irene is being far too possessive. In the end Ryan will make up his own mind. #Emmerdale at Danielle Rocks Heaps, a third agreed. While a fourth said, at Emmerdale, Irene jealous of Ryan getting a life. She wants him all to herself. Emmerdale newcomer Maya Kavanagh, played by Louisa, will soon get involved in a steamy affair with David Metcalf, Matthew Wolfenden. In upcoming scenes, ITV viewers will see Maya and David continue to get close, ending in them spending the night together. And while speaking out about her current storyline, Louisa revealed she is hoping to get a Strictly Coming Dancing star to join her in the Dales and make a debut appearance. TV star Judge Rinder has a close bond with the actress and has even given her advice on her new role in the soap. Speaking to The Mirror, Maya said, "Robert has been fantastic. His knowledge of the TV industry is extensive, so he's been helping me through it with fashion tips. He's always been a rock in my life. I'm trying my best to tempt him onto a soap. He'd be great on Emmerdale." Louisa and Robert have been friends for many years, and he was best man at her wedding back in 2011. And Judge Rinder is no newbie to the TV screen, having first appeared in 2014 with his hit arbitration show. Since then, he competed on Strictly Come Dancing in 2016 and has participated as a guest on Loose Women numerous times. Emmerdale fans will find out Frank Clayton, Michael Pred, saw Maya leave David's place the next morning following their romantic night together. The news quickly spreads across the village and to his ex-Tracy, Amy Walsh. Oblivious to the trouble, David heads to see a doctor with pain in his groin, as he fears his testicular cancer could be back. But he is mortified when he realizes his appointment is with Dr. Liam Kavanagh, Johnny Macpherson, who has just found out David has slept with his wife. With tension in the air, Liam's behavior will soon become extremely unprofessional when David needs checking over. In an interview with Digital Spy, actor Matthew Wolfenden spoke about his relationship with Maya and said, "I think it's going to go places. In the short term, we will be together for the next few filming blocks." However, David's stepson Jacob Gallagher, Joe Warren Plant, is less happy about the relationship development, especially considering Maya is his teacher. Will an exit come for David as a result of his drama with Maya? Or will the character make it through and finally settle down and have a stable relationship? Emmerdale continues. Viewers have been eagerly waiting for Lachlan, played by Thomas Atkinson, to get his comeuppance on Emmerdale for months now, but it seems the storyline is only set to get more complicated. Tonight on the ITV soap, the village teenager continued to stalk the conman faked Harry outside of a funeral home in the nearby town of Houghton. Belle Dingle, Eden Taylor Draper, struggled with her boyfriend's strange behavior, and she was started to get more and more frustrated with her lover and business partner. But Lachlan had his eye firmly on his target following his and fake Terry's showdown in the B&B last month that resulted in the latter's suspicious disappearance. While some viewers were convinced Lachlan had already killed Terry and stolen back Doug Potts' Duncan Preston stash of savings, tonight revealed the opposite. Yet fans were left confused when Lachlan used all his stealth to race after the criminal, as what happened next was left to the imagination. Lachlan later returned home to the Wishing Well cottage with a decidedly more upbeat spring in his step, and spun a web of lies to Belle about where he'd been all this time. The killer promised he'd had a secret plan all along to secure a warehouse for his and Belle's brewery business Wingles. "You know I'd do anything for you, right?" he told her with a grin. The pair hugged and Belle was none the wiser, but viewers had already spotted a suspicious blood stain on Lachlan's sleeve. "Everything's gonna be okay, we'll have nothing to worry about anymore," the sinister character added. But did Lachlan actually kill fake Terry? It could be that the teenager simply gave him a warning, as fans also spied a bloody spanner in the background on the soap. But knowing the mentally ill teenager's history, it's likely he wouldn't be so happy if there was still unfinished business with his latest target. Tonight on Emmerdale, Lachlan, played by Thomas Atkinson, finally succumbed to his conscience as he reasoned with Rebecca White, Emily Head. After Rebecca attempted to be a thorn in his side, Lachlan threw her onto the ground, propelling himself into an emotional rage. But after realizing that he had injured his sister, he decided to explain the entire situation to her. This guilt-ridden confession saw him reveal what really happened in the car chase that killed their mother and grandfather. But Lachlan's out-of-character confession may lead to his ultimate downfall, as Rebecca is now the only living person who knows about his string of murders. If Rebecca somehow finds a way out of the horror movie-style cabin in the woods, Lachlan will surely be done for. But until then, he is left visiting his sister each day to confess his sins. However, Rebecca didn't want to hear the details this evening, as she pleaded for him to stop telling her what he had done. He explained, "I feel like I have to tell somebody because, do you know what it's like living with this? I caused the crash, I killed Mom and Granddad." Lachlan went on to describe in excruciating detail what had happened, as he added, "I turned the wheel straight into the path of that truck. It wasn't an accident. I just snapped. I didn't mean for it to happen. I just grabbed the wheel and didn't think about the consequences." As if that wasn't bad enough for poor Rebecca, she then had to hear about how Lachlan killed his best friend Jerry Roberts, Sean Thomas. Coldly, he said, "Jerry wasn't an accident either. I killed him too. I killed all of them, Rebecca." In the final moments of his psychotic rant, Lachlan admitted, "Thanks for listening, it feels good to get that off my chest, it really does." But as he got up to leave, Rebecca pleaded for her life, yelping, "I won't breathe a word, no one would believe me anyway. It would be my word against yours. Think about Sib, please Lachlan, he needs his mother." As he stepped out of the door, he looked back at his trapped sister and smirked. "Does he? 'Cause I'm much better without mine. If Rebecca escapes, she may bring down the kill." Sarah Sugden, played by Katie Hill, has spent the majority of her time in Emmerdale, recently in hospital after it was revealed she has a failing heart. While her mother Debbie Dingle, Charlie Webb, has been trying to stay positive throughout the ordeal, it has been a struggle for the whole family. It has recently been revealed that Sarah requires a brand new heart to pull through. However, she is currently on a heart transplant list and could be awaiting one for some time. On top of this, Sarah has contracted a virus which has left her bedbound. Last week, doctors told the family that Sarah could not receive a new heart until she has gotten rid of the illness. This seemingly hopeless situation has left both Debbie and fans worrying for Sarah's life. However, some viewers believe they have figured out how Sarah ought to be saved. Shaz Dingle, Lucy Pargeter, is currently going through a harrowing storyline with her partner Patty Kirk, Dominic Brunt, whereby their unborn baby may not survive once born. Because of this devastating news, Patty began making arrangements to donate his baby's organs if it passes away. Because of this coincidence, fans have begun theorizing that Patty and Chas' baby will save Sarah's life. One wrote, #Emmerdale, are we heading for Patty and Chas losing their baby as a way for Sarah to get a transplant? Another said, "Can they give the baby's heart to Sarah? I'm sure it wouldn't work in real life, but Emmerdale probably has a super doctor that can do anything." Emmerdale. Putting this out into the universe, Chas' baby is going to die, but they will be able to donate the baby's heart to Sarah at Emmerdale, added a third. But would Chas and Patty agree to the procedure? Although this arrangement may not be possible in real life, could Emmerdale find a way to save Sarah? The theory follows Chas' shock announcement that she is calling off her wedding with Patty. Her decision follows finding Patty completely drunk. Emmerdale fans will recognize Gemma for playing Carly Hope in the long-running soap. The actress, who has also had roles in Hollyoaks and Casualty, joined the cast back in 2015, before leaving the soap just 2 years later, and has since gone on to take part in last year's series of Strictly Come Dancing alongside a new radio show position earlier this year. In a recent interview, Gemma has spoken out about her reason for leaving and a potential comeback appearance. "I was doing my Key 103 radio show and Emmerdale together for 6 months, Gemma began. And I just took on too much. Leaving Emmerdale was one of the toughest decisions I've ever had to make. I just couldn't keep doing 2 jobs, and the radio show was closer to home and gave me more freedom to do other stuff," she told the Sunday Post. "I was getting up at 4 a.m., wasn't getting home until 8:30 p.m., and then had to learn my lines. I had no social life at all, and it was my mom who told me that I was getting so grumpy I had to leave one of the jobs. I chose to leave Emmerdale, and I'm very grateful that it's been left open, so hopefully some point I will return." Emmerdale fans last saw Carly leave the village to begin a new life with former partner Matt after her boyfriend Mark Charnock, persuaded her to walk away from their relationship. In a previous interview, Gemma revealed a potential storyline which could draw Carly back to the Dales. Speaking to The Sun last year, she said, "I think the possibility of Carly coming back is huge. She has got her dad in the village, and little April." In tonight's episode of Emmerdale, fans will see the proposal of the year as unlucky in love Erin Dingle, Danny Miller, and Robert Sugden, Ryan Hawley, finally pop the question tonight. However, neither of them realize they are both planning to propose to each other. Will they both say yes? Meanwhile, the scenes with Lachlan White, Thomas Atkinson, and Rebecca White, Emily Head, will continue. Viewers last saw the serial killer open up to his aunt about all his past criminal activities. And this guilt-ridden confession saw him reveal the truth behind the car chase that killed their mother and grandfather. Will Rebecca escape and tell the police what she knows about Lachlan, or will he strike again to ensure he doesn't get jail time? Emmerdale returns tonight. Emmerdale fans are eagerly anticipating the day Lachlan White, played by Thomas Atkinson, is dealt his comeuppance for all the murders he has committed. However, tonight's episode revealed several characters could be working together to see Lachlan behind bars. Lachlan was visited by the police over the allegations Liv Flaherty, Isobel Steele, made, suggesting he was at Mill Cottage and responsible for the carbon monoxide leak. But the village villain denied all claims and made a special visit to Robert Sugden, Ryan Hawley, and Erin Dingle, Danny Miller, to suggest Liv seek help. However, as Lachlan spun a new web of lies, Liv overheard the conversation and insisted to Robert and Erin she knew what she saw, but would apologize to him anyway. Could the three of them being working together to expose Lachlan and take him down? Many fans also thought Liv was playing a game when she went to apologize to Lachlan for the claims she made. Taking to Twitter, one said, "What Liv is doing is a good thing. Letting Lachlan believe she's letting it go, he has to believe he still has the upper hand." #Robber and #Emmerdale. Another added, "Liv knows what she's doing, she not silly." A third commented, "Liv is apologizing to Lachlan. Let her be the key to bringing him down." #Emmerdale. Meanwhile, one viewer theorized, neither of them, Robert and Erin, would have believed Lachlan over Liv. Did you forget that only 2 years ago Lachlan threatened to lie to the police that Rob sexually abused him so Rob would go to jail? Or did you hope the audience would forget about it and go along with #Robber and losing all common sense? Sick. In upcoming scenes, Robert still isn't convinced Rebecca White, Emily Head, suddenly disappeared and left for Ibiza. As he searches her bedroom, he will stumble upon a major revelation which will change everything, but what will he find? Meanwhile, Lachlan's girlfriend Belle Dingle, Eden Taylor Draper, also returns from London next week and makes her own discovery. Opening the boot of Lachlan's car, she sees Rebecca's memory book, and when she confronts Lachlan on what it's doing there, he acts shady. As Lachlan tells another lie, claiming the book fell out of Rebecca's bag, will Belle believe him, or will Liv have spoken to her already and planted doubts in her mind? Meanwhile, David Metcalf, Matthew Wolfenden, will be taking his relationship with Maya Kavanagh, Lachlan, to the next level. After the shock revelation his ex-wife Tracy, Amy Walsh, had aborted their baby, David thinks the best thing to do is to jump into a new relationship with Maya. Speaking in an interview with This Morning, actor Matthew revealed, David and Maya will end up together, And there is a big storyline coming up for both of them. It's going to be huge. Anxious England fans are posting hilarious memes moaning about being stuck at work as they count down the minutes to the historic World Cup clash with Croatia. Workers across the country are struggling to concentrate at their desks as they nervously clock-watch their way through one last shift before tonight's big match. England will face off against Croatia in Moscow at 7 p.m. tonight, after sailing through their quarter-final clash with Sweden with a 2-0 win. But even after waiting 28 years to reach a World Cup semi-final, the anticipation of just one more day is proving too much for most of England's workforce. Craig Nicholson tweeted, "Why isn't it 7 p.m. yet? Having to go to work when all the nation is doing is plotting how England win tonight. Currently have the teacup up front with my mouse mat on the wing. Seriously, it's our time, let's go England." Meanwhile, England fans. A sea of St. George's Cross flags has been unfurled across the nation, in increasingly surprising places and of ever more bizarre proportions. Even animals are getting into the football spirit. Farmer Leslie Perrott has marked her sheep in Hoseworthy, Devon, with crosses, while at London Zoo the real three lions have been playing with a decorated ball. And then there was the red squirrel that posed with miniature St. George's flags at Wildwood Escott Nature Park in East Devon. Even ants have been seen carrying a tiny flag along a rope at visitor attraction Cannon Hall Farm in Yorkshire. One dedicated England fan in Burnage, Manchester, has covered his semi with more than 24 flags, while Robin Contello, 54, adorned his 17th-century white cottage with a giant red ribbon in Derbyshire. John Jupe of Blitton, Lincolnshire, covered the front of his house with a single giant flag, bought from China for £380, and has to use a rear door to get in and out. Even that, however, is dwarfed by the flag created by scaffolders who used red and white safety netting to cover the front. The Irish pundit and Manchester United legend left England v Croatia viewers incredibly confused ahead of tonight's semi-final, and it only continued into halftime as well. Many fans were startled by Roy's seemingly orange tan, comparing him to Donald Trump and an Oompa Loompa from classic film Willy Wonka's Chocolate Factory. Comments flooded social media about the sports star. Taking to Twitter, viewers couldn't hide their feelings about the sight. One person wrote, "Holy cow, only just seen Roy Keane, he's orange. He's actually orange. He's been tangoed 10x over, or that's the worst fake tan ever. Looks like he rolled in Wotsits before the show #Encro. #Encro watching at ITV coverage. And what on earth is this tan?" another asked. A third posted, "The most important thing to note from that first half. Has Roy Keane had a spray tan?" While a fourth even likened the moment to the quarter-finals halftime when Gary Lineker thought a fan was actually England manager Gareth Southgate. In other news, fake tan is seeing the same surge in sales as waistcoats. World Cup #Encro Roy Keane, they declared. Viewers continued to share their shock at the former manager's choice. One person decided, Roy Keane has gone all Judith Chalmers with the tan and Kevin Keegan with his punditry #Encro. Can we talk about Roy Keane's fake tan? WTF. Another exclaimed. A third simply asked, what fake tan is Roy Keane using? #Encro #World Cup. While a fourth joked, "It's either the contrast on my TV or Kino's spray tan has gone horribly wrong." Croatia won against England in tonight's semi-final and are going straight through to the live final against France. The final match of the 2018 World Cup takes place Sunday at 3 p.m. If England had won, it would have been their first victory since the historic game in 1966, which saw the country take home the trophy. While the team couldn't manage to pull together in tonight's tense match, they played valiantly and have put England back on the map for the next World Cup. But who will come top? The World Cup semi-finals begin this evening with England versus Croatia. Ahead of the tense match, ITV's coverage of the match saw the commentators offering a final word for the historic moment. However, viewers were shocked when Prince William gave some final words of encouragement to the England team. Appearing on ITV in a recorded message, Prince William said, "Guys, good luck tonight. Seriously excited back here, you've done utterly amazing throughout the whole tournament. Wishing you the best tonight." After his well wishes, he finished off his statement by pumping his fist into the air and shouting, "It's coming home, come on England." While the England team would surely be ecstatic by the Prince's words, viewers were excited by his appearance as well. Many flocked to Twitter to discuss his words. One wrote, "Lovely message from Prince William just before !encro it's coming home." Another said, "I hope with the support of Prince William we win tonight !encro." A third wrote, "At Royal Family Prince William saying it's coming home was the highlight of my 2018 !ENGLANDVSCROATIA A 9-year-old English bulldog dubbed the 2018 world's ugliest dog has died, her owner confirmed in a statement. Megan Brainerd said Zsa passed away in her sleep Tuesday morning, the Star Tribune reported. Zsa, known for her severe underbite, long tongue and rounded limbs, won the title last month at the Sonoma Marin Fairgrounds in Petaluma, California. Brainerd, of Anoka, Minnesota, received $1,500 for Zsa's win. The owner found Zsa on a pet finding site, according to the contest bio. Dogs in the annual competition flaunt their imperfections. Some have hairless bodies, others have lolling tongues. The dogs and their handlers walk down a red carpet. The dogs are evaluated by a panel of judges. The contestants in last month's contest included a blackhead-covered Chinese crested dachshund mutt, a bulldog mix with excess wrinkly skin, and a Pekingese named Wild Thang. Last year's winner was a 125-pound gentle giant named Martha, a Neapolitan Mastiff with gas. A 16-year-old Ethiopian runner has been ridiculed online by social media users, including a Spanish athlete, who say she looks too old to be competing in an under-20 competition. Gurmawid Gebraher won the bronze medal in the 5,000 meters race at the World Under-20 Championships, which are currently being held in Tampere, Finland. But Gebraher's third-place finish led to a backlash on social media from commenters who questioned her listed birth date of November 21, 2001. Among those who mocked the athlete online was Oscar Husillos, a Spanish sprinter who specializes in the 200 meters and 400 meters. The 24-year-old retweeted a picture of Gebraher, adding in Spanish, "Her children and grandchildren are in the stands to see her run in the World U20 Championships." Another commented, (16). That woman has lived through the American Civil War, 2 World Wars, and saw Pelé's Brazil lift the 1970 World Cup. Another said, "That's Benjamin Button's cousin." And another added, "Is there no other way of controlling these things apart from looking at a passport?" It is hard to believe. Gebrahare finished third behind her compatriot Ejgayute and Kenyan athlete Beatrice Chebet, who took gold in the 5,000 meters final. The International Association, in a bid to tackle obesity in children, a plan proposed by the Global Obesity Center (GLOBE) wants to measure children's height and weight in primary school. The plan proposes to conduct checks at schools for all Australian children in Year 1 and Year 6, or every 2 years, unless parents choose to formally opt out. Australia currently ranks 6th highest in the world for having an overweight or obese population. Statistics say that 1 in 5 children between 2 and 4 are overweight, and 1 in 4 children between the ages of 5 and 17 are overweight or obese. Globe believes that the actual number of overweight Australians is likely to be higher, the Daily Telegraph reports. The centre, operating at Deakin University, believes that the measurements will help in determining the actual scale of Australia's obesity crisis. Globe put in a submission to the federal government's inquiry into the country's obesity epidemic, and Federal Health Minister Greg Hunt confirmed that the government is considering the proposal. Mr. Hunt believes that a child's health is the responsibility of the parents and states who run the schools, but is willing to refer the proposal to the Australian Health Ministers' Advisory Council to provide advice. He said that exercise and a healthy lifestyle is important for children and shouldn't be underestimated, as it can provide a lifelong platform for good health. Being healthy as a child sets you up for life, and we encourage children and parents to work together on adopting healthy lifestyles, Minister Hunt said. Health at Every Size Australia House, a group that encourages healthy lifestyle behaviors and doesn't focus on body shape or size, believes that the measurement checks could have a negative effect. Spokeswoman for House Fiona Willer said that the checks could give an impression that weight control is important, and lead to eating habits that could be destructive. Ms. Willer also said that analysing population trends through random samples of Australians was sufficient to determine official figures. Doing it to everyone is very heavy-handed, unnecessary, and will cause more entrenchment of stigmatization of high body weights in the population, she said. Globe's Professor Steve Ellender believes the measurement checks are critical, as obesity is currently a $1 million crisis affecting 2/3 of Australian adults. He said that the checks will help gather better information that can help inform decisions about improving the health of children. There are probably communities in Australia who are doing a really good job of improving the health of our kids, and we can't learn from them and improve the health of the whole nation unless we understand who is doing well, Professor Allender said. The checks have been trialed in Victoria over the last 2 years, and have checked about 20. It looks as though Meghan Markle's fashion influence is stronger than ever, after her entire Wimbledon outfit, accessories and all, sold out within 24 hours. The chic ensemble was a timeless combination of crisp white, palazzo trousers on sale for £509 and an oversized blue and white striped shirt, which retails at £66. Both Ralph Lauren. And while fans of Meg's get-up will struggle to get their hands on her exact outfit, We've scoured the high street for all the best alternatives. While the 36-year-old's exact ensemble would set you back approximately £2,270, our edit of Meghan's outfit will cost you less than £95. The Duchess of Sussex teamed her Ralph Lauren combo, which is said to have emotional significance relating to Prince Harry, with a pair of Elastavis black matte Leonard sunglasses, worth £133. And it's no surprise that the specific style now has a waiting list. When Meghan was spotted wearing Finlay & Co.'s Percy sunglasses last September during her first public appearance with Prince Harry at the Invictus Games, the brand saw a 1,000% increase in sales. At yesterday's Wimbledon, the new royal also opted for a Maison Michel Virginie hat worth £510, but on sale for £357, and Altazara's Ganda saddlebag, which retails at £1,205. And while Meghan's ensemble has now sold out, we've put together an edit of affordable alternatives, so you can steal the Duchess look for less than £95. Earlier this week, we told you why Meghan wasn't allowed to wear her hat at Wimbledon. We also gave you all the info on Misguided's £25 under. Hundreds of crescent-shaped ghost dunes dotting the Martian surface could reveal new clues on the possibility of ancient microbial life. These pits mark the location where huge sand dunes towered hundreds of feet above the ground billions of years ago. In addition to providing insight on Mars' past climate and changing wind patterns, experts say the impressions could be a useful target in the hunt for signatures of ancient life, as they may once have sheltered microbes from harsh radiation. Scroll down for video. Ghost dunes are impressions left behind after lava or sediments carried by water buried the sand structures and preserved their contours, researchers explain in the new study published to the Journal of Geophysical Research, Planets. While wind may have blown sand off the exposed tops and carved parts away, the solid mold is left behind. The remarkable structures have been seen on Earth and in satellite images of different regions on Mars, in the Hellas Basin and Noctis Labyrinthus. The team found more than 480 potential ghost dunes at Noctis Labyrinthus, and more than 300 in eastern Hellas Planeta. At these sites, respectively, the average dune likely stood roughly 130 feet and 246 feet tall. Any one of these pits is not enough to tell you that it's a dune, or from an ancient dune field, but when you put them all together, they have so many commonalities with dunes on Mars and on Earth that you have to employ some kind of fantastic explanation to explain them as anything other than dunes, said Mackenzie Day, a planetary geomorphologist at the University of Washington in Seattle. One of the cool things about the ghost dunes is that they tell us, for sure, that the wind on Mars was different in the ancient past, when they formed. The dunes help to shape our understanding of what Martian winds were like in the past. Based on their curves, or horns, scientists can determine the direction of prevailing winds at the time they formed. The fact that the wind was different tells us that the environmental conditions on Mars aren't static over long time scales, they have changed over the past couple billion years, something we need to know to interpret the geology on Mars, Day said. They are all going the same way, which you would expect for dunes, because they are all migrating and forming in the same wind regime, the researcher explained. So just the shape and size tell us that these are features that are coming from an ancient dune system. According to the researchers, The dune fields were likely inundated by a slow-moving liquid around 2 billion years ago. But just how it all played out may have been different between the two locations. While Noctis labyrinthus sits near the site of ancient volcanic activity, Hellas Basin is downstream from canyons carved by water. If some of the water that carved those valleys made it downstream far enough, it could have gotten to the dune field, Day said. The only thing that we know for sure is that the flow had to be relatively low energy, relatively slow, otherwise it would erode the dunes and we wouldn't get the shapes that we see today. Evidence of water on Mars dates back to the Mariner 9 mission, which arrived in 1971. It revealed clues of water erosion in riverbeds and canyons as well as weather fronts and fogs. Viking orbiters that followed caused a revolution in our ideas about water on Mars by showing how floods broke through dams and carved deep valleys. Mars is currently in the middle of an ice age, and before this study, scientists believed liquid water could not exist on its surface. In June 2013, Curiosity found powerful evidence that water good enough to drink once flowed on Mars. In September of the same year, the first scoop of soil analyzed by Curiosity revealed that fine materials on the surface of the planet contain 2% water by weight. In 2017, scientists provided the best estimates for water on Mars, claiming it once had more liquid H2O than the Arctic Ocean, and the planet kept these oceans for more than 1.5 billion years. The findings suggest there was ample time and water for life on Mars to thrive, but over the last 3.7 billion years the red planet has lost 87% of its water, leaving it barren and dry. The researchers say these sites may hold important clues on the presence of ancient life, if it ever existed on Mars. We know that dunes on Earth can support life, and dunes on Earth are very similar to dunes on Mars, Day said. A former Corrie actress died after drinking a bottle of vodka a day during a battle with postnatal depression, an inquest heard. Melanie Hughes died aged 39 as a result of fatty liver disease in October last year. Melanie won the Miss Wales title in 1997 before a career as an actress, where she had a walk-on part in Coronation Street and also appeared in comedy series Cold Feet. Richard Hughes, from Flintshire, in North Wales, told coroner Elizabeth Dudley-Jones his wife's problem with alcohol began after the birth of their son Caden, who is now 4. He added that episodes of drinking, which included consuming a bottle of vodka a day at times, were linked to postnatal depression. She was also left in a terrible state following a traumatic year in 2013. In which she suffered a miscarriage and was distressed over the death of her grandfather and her mother being taken ill. In his statement, Mr. Hughes said he felt his wife had been let down by agencies meant to help her. She had a period of rehab, but she started drinking again afterwards. There were repeated patterns of heavy drinking followed by periods when Melanie managed to stay sober. At one point Mr. Hughes had asked his wife be sectioned in order to stop her drinking, but was told it's not as simple as that. Melanie really was in a terrible state, and there were times when even you couldn't help her, substance misuse worker Kelly Wilson told the inquest. She was found collapsed on the bed at her home by her husband on October 8, 2017, and taken to the Countess of Chester Hospital where she died. A post-mortem examination showed she only had a small amount of alcohol in her system at the time, and the only obvious physical condition she was suffering from was fatty liver disease. The coroner concluded Mrs. Hughes died as a direct result of fatty liver disease, which was caused as a result of her addiction to alcohol. After her death, Richard said, "Mel was a lovely soul. She was kind and gentle. Mel was so kind-hearted and had time for absolutely everyone. We are absolutely devastated at the loss of such a wonderful spirit and will never ever forget her." The couple had both grown up together but did not marry until June 2011. The family had enjoyed a holiday together just 2 months before her death. Richard added, "We had a holiday of a lifetime in Disney World, Florida with my family, and I am so glad we did as that it's so many pictures with so many memories. Mel was better looking than all the Disney princesses, and she will always be my Miss Wales." Melanie and Richard grew up in Holywell, in North Wales, and attended the town's high school at different times. They got engaged at the Trevi Foundation in Rome and married a few years later in June 2011. They honeymooned in Mauritius, where Melanie's mother, Jodie, is from. Melanie worked at the energy firm Kingspan for the past 15 years. We pay for your stories. Do you have a story for the Sun Online News team? Email us at tips@the-sun.ca. The cynical journalist in me had to escape. There was a royal wedding on, and if I stuck around I was on Windsor Street party duty. So I hatched a plan and treacherously fled to Arras in northern France. What I hadn't realized was just how many British soldiers once made a similar journey a century ago, albeit in far less luxury than me. I necked free fizz and snacks in the P&O Ferry Club lounge. Back then British troops lived in Arras and even hid in a network of tunnels beneath the battle-scarred town. And as I was about to find out, it was from that rabbit warren underneath Arras that they launched an audacious but doomed bid to end World War I early with its largest ever surprise attack. The British smuggled 24,000 troops underground to live in a network of specially mined tunnels before they went over the top a few meters from German positions before dawn on April 9, 1917. But despite initially gaining the momentum, the Germans wrestled it back in the bloody Battle of Arras, which lasted 6 weeks and cost 160,000 British and 125,000 German lives. The war wreaked total devastation for another year before the Allies finally won. You can follow in their tracks at Arras, an hour by car from Calais, by exploring 20 meters below the now rebuilt town in the Wellington Tunnels, named after the capital of New Zealand, the country where many of the tunnellers came from, tracing the final steps of our boys and the spot where they necked their last shot of rum before going over the top, within killing distance of enemy lines. I can only imagine that it would probably have taken an actual gunshot, rather than a swig of free booze, to get me going up and over. I witnessed footage of German artillery devastating Arras. I heard soldiers' final love letters or notes home mocking their band of brothers. One said another came from Norfolk Pig Country. Along the dimly lit pathway, the voices of Allied troops sing out, and you can hear haunting poetry from English poet and soldier Wilfred Owen, who died on the Western Front just a week before armistice declared the war over. His immortal line still lights up the dank passage today, "I am the enemy you killed. My friend." A cross in memory of a fallen comrade and a female lover still remain etched into the chalk walls. There's graffiti showing a cave named London by Scottish sappers. Some 400 Kiwi and more engineers had been lured to what was the other side of the world to them to risk their lives for a cause they would never benefit from, helping to dig out the network of tunnels under no man's land and right next to the front line. The tunnels provided water, electricity and miles of passages big enough for men to stand up straight in and for two stretchers to pass by each other. The few French civilians who stayed in Arras during the Great War spoke of living in perfect harmony with their occupiers, the 14 British Commonwealth divisions, even if they didn't always take to our ways of life. There were certainly no signs of corned beef or baked beans with sausages on any restaurant menus I saw. I wonder why. Our informed guide Pierre Wavella denied claims by British troops that local children were dirty, saying, "That's just not true." Generally the French accepted the Allied occupation wholeheartedly. The few who remained there anyway. Arras was then such a British outpost that 10,000 copies of the Daily Mail were sold there every day. Confused French women once accidentally went skinny dipping with Scots in kilts, thinking they were so many skirts that they had to be women. When I returned to daylight I found the World War II German bullet holes that will forever blight the Arras War Memorial, built to remember all of the Great War heroes. Nearby in the British Military Cemetery the graves of over 2,600 British Commonwealth soldiers and German prisoners of war remain immaculate in perfectly manicured flower beds. A surrounding wall contains the names of over 35,000 British, New Zealand and South Africans killed in Arras whose bodies were never found. After all that fighting talk it was time to toast the royal nuptials of Harry and Meghan's wedding. So, I popped into local wine bar La Dame Jean on Place des Heroes, and quaffed a couple of Sommelier Bertrand's finest glasses of Pinot Noir. Then I staggered from Place des Heroes to Grand Place. They are the two greatest central squares in northern France, with Flemish frontages and the popular French restaurant Elle Interness. My virtuous fish diet was forgotten while I tucked into delicious foie gras and a slightly too rare steak, so very French, before staggering back to the noisy but recommended local accommodation, the Hotel de l'Univers, after finally being beaten by a mountainous dessert. When my wine fog faded the next morning, I explored Vimy Ridge, 5 miles northeast of Arras, which the French donated to the Canadians in memory of the 66,000 who died in the Great War. 4,000 had died taking Vimy Ridge alone in April 1917 in the biggest trench line advance of the war, between 3 and 4 miles. That was before an Allied break-in proceedings to relieve exhausted forces allowed the Germans to regroup, with fatal consequences. Now a vast white sculpture marks the spot overlooking miles of peaceful countryside, which was once just shelling craters. To the northwest of Arras, up a steep hill that cycling tourists struggle with that's lined with photographs of the war dead on eye-level posts, is Notre Dame de Lorette, also called the Ablain Saint-Nazaire French Military Cemetery. It's the world's largest French military cemetery where 20,000 are buried under symmetrical lines of crosses, with another 22,000 unidentified in mass graves. For further details of this trip and of other short breaks to France, please go to the Northern France Experiences website. There is also a stunning elliptical 328-meter ring of remembrance. The extinction of hundreds of species, from elephants to tree frogs, will be imminent unless urgent action is taken, according to leading scientists who fear time is running out for the tropics. The international teams say a devastating global biodiversity collapse will occur as a result of local and global stress factors, including land use change, pollution and climate change. In a major study, scientists warned that a failure to act quickly and decisively will greatly increase the risk of unprecedented and irrevocable species loss in the most diverse parts of the planet. This is the first time a prominent report has looked into the state of all four of the world's most diverse tropical ecosystems: tropical forests, savannas, lakes and rivers, and coral reefs. The authors behind the study have called for a step change in efforts to combat climate change, support sustainable development and effective conservation interventions to preserve tropical habitats. Scroll down for video. Researchers from universities and institutions across the world, including the University of Oxford, examine the vulnerability of tropical ecosystems on our planet to local and global stress factors, including land use change, pollution and climate change. Among the species at threat are the African bush elephant, also known as savanna elephant, which used to be widespread across the whole continent. However, despite the animal's high-profile status and conservation investment, the pressure from ivory hunters still threatens it with global extinction. Amphibians, such as tree frogs, are also among the most threatened of all animal species. They face problems due to habitat loss, climate change, pollution, new diseases and illegal harvesting. Although the tropics cover just 40% of the planet, they are home to more than 3/4 of all species, including almost all shallow water corals and more than 90% of the world's bird species. Most tropical species are found nowhere else, and millions more are as yet unknown to science. Study co-author Assistant Professor Benoit Gaynard, of the University of Hong Kong, said, at the current rate of species description, about 20,000 new species per year, it can be estimated that at least 300 years will be necessary to catalog biodiversity. Across tropical ecosystems, many species face the double jeopardy of being harmed by both local human pressures, such as overfishing or selective logging, and droughts or heat waves linked to climate change. Dr. Alexander Lees, of Manchester Metropolitan University, said that while overharvesting of wildlife was responsible for the annual loss of millions of highly trafficked animals such as pangolins, it also affected many less well-known species. He said, even many small songbirds are at risk of imminent global extinction due to their capture for the pet trade in Southeast Asia. The rainforests where they live are increasingly falling silent. The declining health of tropical ecosystems also threatens the well-being of millions of people across the planet, according to the researchers. Study lead author Professor Jose Barlow, of Lancaster University, said, although they cover just 0.1% of the ocean's surface, coral reefs provide fish resources and coastal protection for up to 200 million people. And between them, humid tropical forests and savannas store 40% of the carbon in the terrestrial biosphere and support rainfall in some of the world's most important agricultural regions. Whilst the conclusions are bleak, The study also outlines the actions needed to turn the health of such vital ecosystems around. The researchers have called for a step change in efforts to support sustainable development and effective conservation interventions to preserve and restore the tropical habitats that have been the home and last refuge to the overwhelming majority of Earth's biodiversity for millions of years. Professor Barlow said, "The fate of the tropics will be largely determined by what happens elsewhere in the planet." While most of us are familiar with the impact of climate change on the polar regions, it is also having devastating consequences across the tropics, and without urgent action could undermine local conservation interventions. Dr. Christina Hicks, of Lancaster University said, "As a powerful economic driver of change, the role of developed countries was also felt deeply in the tropics." She added, "Conservation strategies must address the underlying drivers of environmental change whilst avoiding exacerbating deeply rooted inequalities." Environmental aid has remained static in recent years, and remains a drop in the ocean compared to the income generated by resource extraction. Dr. Toby Gardner, Senior Research Fellow at the Stockholm Environment Institute, highlighted the importance of innovation. He said, "The past decades have seen a boom in proposals, innovations and insights about the science, governance and management of tropical ecosystems, from remote sensing and big data to new legal frameworks for business. The clock is ticking for these proposals and insights to be properly tested." Dr. Joyce Ferreira, a researcher in the team from the Brazilian government's agricultural research institution Embrapa, emphasized that a big part of the solution needs to be in strengthening the capacity of research institutions in the tropics. She said, "Despite some notable exceptions, the vast majority of biodiversity-related data and research is concentrated in wealthy, non-tropical countries. An international approach to science is vital to help avoid the loss of tropical biodiversity." Professor Barlow added, 50 years ago biologists expected to be the first to find a species. Now they hope not to be the last. The full findings were published in the journal Nature. 2 species of vertebrate, animals with a backbone, have gone extinct every year, on average, for the past century. Currently around 41% of amphibian species and more than a quarter of mammals are threatened with extinction. There are an estimated 8.7 million plant and animal species on our planet, and about 86% of land species and 91% of sea species remain undiscovered. Of the ones we do know, 1,204 mammal, 1,469 bird, 1,215 reptile, 2,100 amphibian, and 2,386 fish species are considered threatened. Also threatened are 1,400. A young farmer is coping with a serious drought in his community by creating art with sheep. The 37-year-old has been herding sheep to make picturesque symbols, including H20 and rain, to cheer up locals in the Eyre Peninsula, South Australia. Damien Elson told Daily Mail Australia he has made the sheep art by dropping barley feed on the ground in a pattern. "I just put the grain where I want them to go," he said. "They are hungry." Mr. Elson has been posting the photos of his sheep art on Facebook, and has received up to 2,000 likes on some of his posts. A few people in the community have asked Mr. Elson to write "Please Rain" to help ease the burden of what they say is the worst drought in years. A lot of people are saying it's driest they've seen it in 50 to 60 years of farming, he said. Words he has created with his sheep include his name, Damo, his wife's name, Cass, and Toyota. The farm, in Cleve, 527 kilometers northwest of Adelaide, has only received 71 millimeters of rain so far for the year, Mr. Elson said. Things are pretty dry for a district that relies on agriculture, he said. Farming with his mum, dad, and wife, he said there is still a practical violent anti-Semitic Facebook post claiming the Holocaust was a hoax and that Jews are barbaric and unsanitary remain on the site despite being flagged up. An investigation revealed disgusting cartoons depicting Jews as hook-nosed cockroaches, and articles mocking Anne Frank can be found readily available on the social media platform. It comes just weeks after Facebook's founder Mark Zuckerberg caused outrage by defending not removing material denying the Holocaust. The discovery by The Times is the latest piece of bad news for the tech giant, after more than £100 billion was wiped of the company's share value yesterday. The newspaper found scores of examples of material designed to incite hatred and violence against Jews. And when they flagged it to the firm, many of them remained up despite breaching strict guidelines. One of those still there shows a Star of David with the caption "The worst cancer I've ever seen." Posts linking to a website selling Orlo's books banned by normal retailers and fan pages for convicted Holocaust denier David Irving exist on the site. That is because such material is not classed as hate speech, even though Jewish groups say, as well as being deeply offensive, it is a long-standing deception tactic by anti-Semites. Asked about his company's refusal to ban it, Mr. Zuckerberg told Recode, a technology website, "I just don't think that it is the right thing to say. We're going to take someone off the platform if they get things wrong, even multiple times." But Dave Rich, head of policy at Jewish group the Community Security Trust, said, Holocaust denial by its definition is anti-Semitic. Even by Facebook's own rules, many of the posts left on the site include extra text that incites hatred against Jews. Holocaust denial is not a wrong opinion or alternative history. The whole point of it is to incite hatred against Jews by claiming there is a conspiracy. Politicians also blasted the social media site for the anti-Semitic posts, with Tory Damian Collins saying it once again showed a failure to follow their own guidelines. The chair of the Culture, Media and Sports Select Committee told The Times, "These disgraceful anti-Semitic posts have no place in society and no place on social media." Hiding behind freedom of speech has long been the defense of social media companies, but there is absolutely no excuse for the hosting of this vile content on Facebook. I urge Facebook to finally take action and properly implement its community guidelines. And Labour's Yvette Cooper, chair of the Home Affairs Select Committee, said, Facebook are providing people with a huge global platform to incite racial hatred and to deliberately spread lies that fuel anti-Semitism. They can't just shrug their shoulders and pretend it has nothing to do with them. What is the point of them even pretending to have community standards or social responsibility if they turn a blind eye to the promotion of violence and extremism? A spokeswoman for Facebook has approved a $10 million allowance to beef up Mark Zuckerberg's family security. The $1 million pre-tax allowance is a jump from last year's $7.3 million allocated for home security, bodyguards, and private air travel, the biggest sum ever for a Fortune 100 company CEO according to research firm Equilar. The allowance, which was announced in a Securities and Exchange Commission filing on Thursday, was boosted to address safety concerns due to specific threats. This allowance will be in addition to the continued funding of Mr. Zuckerberg's overall security program to cover the costs of security personnel for his protection. The procurement, installation, and maintenance of certain required security measures for his residences, and the usage of private aircraft for personal travel, Facebook wrote in a filing. Facebook will pay Zuckerberg the pricey allowance for him to allocate accordingly for security, residential improvements, and equipment. The company added it considered Zuckerberg's position and importance to Facebook in establishing the allowance, as well as his salary, which was just $1 last year. The $10 million amount is the most Facebook has allocated for Zuckerberg's security. In 2015 his security cost $4,256,004. COO Sheryl Sandberg also has a security program which amounted to $2.7 million last year, a fraction of Zuckerberg's $7.3 million in 2017, which breaks down to $20,000 spent a day, according to CNBC. CNBC also reported that Zuckerberg has a team of 16 guards working security in rotation at his Palo Alto home. Zuckerberg's security budget is massive compared to other company CEOs. In comparison, Amazon's Jeff Bezos spent $1.6 million on security in 2016. Apple's Tim Cook spent just $224,000 in 2016, and Warren Buffett allocated $387,000 that same year. The committee believes that this allowance, together with the costs of Mr. Zuckerberg's existing overall security program, are appropriate and necessary under the circumstances, the filing from Thursday said. The allowance was announced the same day Facebook's stock market value plunged 19%, wiping $119 billion off the company's value and docking $12 billion off Zuckerberg's personal fortune in less than 24 hours. Thursday marked the social media company's worst day in 6 years as a public company. It was also the biggest one-day wipeout in U.S. stock market history. The Facebook founder's net worth is now valued at $74 billion, dropping him to the fifth richest person in the world. Facebook's shares plunged $41.24. Facebook will lose users in Europe for the first time, following the introduction of the General Data Protection Regulation (GDPR) set out by the European Union, according to technology analysts. The social network, co-founded by Mark Zuckerberg, will announce its latest quarterly results today at 10 p.m. BST, 2 p.m. PT/5 p.m. ET. Ahead of the announcement, industry experts have predicted that the number of active users visiting the social network will either drop or flatline. Facebook has never reported anything other than user growth in Europe. According to analysts, stalling numbers are likely the result of forcing Facebook users to consciously opt into having their information used for personal advertising, one of the key stipulations of the stringent GDPR rules. Scroll down for video. Facebook is set to announce its second quarter results later today. This quarter is a crucial period of time for the Menlo Park-based social network as it incorporates both the enforcement of GDPR in Europe and the fallout from the Cambridge Analytica scandal, which saw the data of 87 million users mined by a political data firm without their knowledge. GDPR, which came into effect May 25, stipulates that companies must explicitly request consent from their users in order to personal data for advertising purposes. Companies that do not comply with GDPR can be fined up to 4% of their global revenue. To comply with the new regulations, Facebook rolled out a security check-up to users worldwide which asks them to review what kind of personal information they consent to sharing for advertising targeting. Users were also asked to consent to facial recognition technology on the site. Analysts believe users may have been scared off by the explicit details about how their data is being used by the social network. Facebook is expected to announce 2.25 billion monthly active users and 1.49 billion daily active users during the latest quarterly results. Facebook last month confirmed the number of North American users had dipped for the first time. Wedbush Securities Managing Director Michael Pachter told The Telegraph, European monthly active users grew sequentially over the last 4 quarters to end at 377 million. We estimate zero sequential growth for June, ending again at 377 million. According to Facebook Chief Financial Officer David Wenner, the social network is expecting a setback with these latest results. When talking about the firm's expectations around the amount of daily active users and monthly active users, he said it is anticipated to be flat to slightly down. As a result of the GDPR rollout, analysis by High Street bank Barclays has also revealed Facebook has 20 million European users under the age of 16. Under GDPR, these children now have to obtain parental consent in order to remain on the platform. We expect some drop-off, similar to other companies like Twitter and Snapchat from the kids issue, Barclays said. The European Union's General Data Protection Regulation (GDPR) will enter into force on May 25, 2018, and offer greater privacy protection online. New terms of service at Facebook are designed to ensure the Menlo Park, California, firm complies with the forthcoming EU rules, with European residents seeing the measures first. Facebook is hoping to exclude 1.5 billion of its worldwide users from the new GDPR laws, arguing that only EU citizens should fall under its purview. Almost 1.9 billion non-EU international users, outside of the US and Canada, would be protected by the stricter law under current rules. Members in Africa, Asia, Australia and Latin America would be excluded from the GDPR's protections if the move goes ahead. Under the new policy, Facebook users will be asked to review and make choices about ads they receive, including whether they want Facebook to use data from third parties. Facebook will begin to ask users if they want to opt in or out of its facial recognition feature, which is making a return under GDPR. They will also be asked to review and choose what to share about sensitive personal data. This will include their political and religious beliefs, as well as relationship status information on their profiles. Facebook is also taking steps to comply with rules that limit advertising and public viewing of data for teens. This will mean no use of facial recognition for anyone under age 18 and limitations on who can see certain information teens have shared. To comply with GDPR, Facebook will also limit what it shows to users between the ages of 13 and 15 unless they get permission from a parent. Advertising revenue is not expected to be affected despite the drop in users. A lower number of DAUs, daily active users, would have a minimal effect on advertising revenue, said Chief Strategy Officer and Head of Technology Research for GBH Insights, Daniel Ives. The analytical firm predicts a worst-case scenario of a 2% drop in annual advertising revenue, around £760 million, $1 billion. In-marketer principal analyst, Deborah Aho Williamson, believes North American DAUs will follow last month's trend and be down or flat. Ms. Williamson does, however, expect European DAUs to be lower for the first time, but she claims it may be irrelevant in the long run. Even if monthly active users and DAU show some weakness, Facebook has done an excellent job of becoming an indispensable communications platform, Ms. Williamson told CNBC. Simply put, it's very hard to leave Facebook entirely. Perhaps people will share less often or become more careful about what they share, but we believe that it remains a very important platform for many people. And we also believe that engagement trends on Instagram as well as Messenger and WhatsApp will remain strong. Facebook itself may be facing tough times, but its empire is thriving. Last month, Instagram announced it had hit 1 billion monthly users, and analysts expect Facebook to post around £10.1 billion, $13.3 billion in revenue, up 43% from 2017. The General Data Protection Regulation is an EU-wide law that came into force on May 25, 2018. It gives greater power to regulators to penalize companies who mishandle personal data or are not transparent about how their business uses it. For consumers, it brings new powers that require firms to obtain clear consent from users before processing their data. It also grants users a right to easily access the data collected from them and transparency on how it is being used. Everyday users have to do very little to comply with GDPR. It's more targeted at big online businesses. Under the new rules, any company that controls or processes the data of EU citizens must adhere to the GDPR guidelines. This ends territorial-based accountability used by some firms not based in the EU to previously avoid sanction. The law also states that notification of a data breach must occur within 72 hours of being first discovered, increasing transparency around leaks. The weight of fines able to be issued has also increased under GDPR. Facebook said Friday that it has suspended Boston-based analytics firm Crimson Hexagon while it investigates how it collects and shares the site and Instagram's user data. The social media giant has been facing increased scrutiny over how third-party firms use its data since news broke in March that data firm Cambridge Analytica improperly accessed user data. Among the Crimson Hexagon's clients is a Russian non-profit with ties to the Kremlin, according to the Wall Street Journal, which first reported news of Facebook's decision. "We don't allow developers to build surveillance tools using information from Facebook or Instagram," said I'm Archibong, Facebook's vice president of product partnerships. We take these allegations seriously, and we have suspended these apps while we investigate. Facebook said Friday that Crimson Hexagon is cooperating and that so far its investigation hasn't found evidence that the firm obtained Facebook or Instagram information inappropriately. Crimson Hexagon says on its website it has access to over 1 trillion consumer conversations from social media, forums, blogs and reviews. In a blog posting, Crimson Hexagon Chief Technology Officer Chris Bingham said the company abides completely by the rules social media sites including Twitter and Facebook put in place to limit the ways third-party companies can use their data. He said the firm only collects publicly available social media data. He contrasted that with Cambridge Analytica's use of private user data. Users of Crimson Hexagon's platform, which include government customers, analyze the data to understand large-scale consumer trends and preferences, Bingham wrote. Government entities that leverage the Crimson Hexagon platform do so for the same reasons as many of our other non-government customers, a broad-based and aggregate understanding of the public's perception, preferences and sentiment about matters of concern to them, he wrote. Communications firm Cambridge Analytica has offices in London, New York, Washington, as well as Brazil and Malaysia. The company boasts it can find your voters and move them to action through data-driven campaigns and a team that includes data scientists and behavioral psychologists. Within the United States alone, we have played a pivotal role in winning presidential races as well as congressional and state elections, with data on more than 230 million American voters, Cambridge Analytica claims on its website. The company profited from a feature that meant apps could ask for permission to access your own data as well as the data of all your Facebook friends. This meant the company was able to mine the information of 87 million Facebook users even though just 270,000 people gave them permission to do so. This was designed to help them create software that can predict and influence voters' choices at the ballot box. The data firm suspended its chief executive, Alexander Nix, after recordings emerged of him making. Facebook will soon be able to notify you if Russian trolls are sliding into your DMs. The social media giant is testing a new feature that will include additional information from unfamiliar contacts who have direct messaged you on Facebook Messenger, showing things like when the account was created and the country where their phone number is registered. It marks Facebook's latest effort to stave off the spread of fake news on its platform. Scroll down for video. Should the feature become available to the public, it would help prevent users from receiving potentially malicious or spammy messages from unknown users. We are testing a way to provide people with more context on folks they may not have connected with previously, Facebook Messenger spokesperson Dahlia Brown told Motherboard. This is just a small test, she added. In a screenshot obtained by Motherboard, it shows an example of what the proposed feature could look like. At the top of the screen, in the area where it typically includes details about a person's profile, it shows information like using Messenger without Facebook. Additionally, the screenshot denotes that the user is logged in using a phone number from Russia, using an account that was recently created and says different from your Facebook friend group of underscores. The blank space would presumably say whether the user is different/similar from a name that's actually included in your contact list. Although there are uses beyond spotting Russian bots, Many presume that's the feature's dominant purpose. Facebook is still grappling with the fallout from the revelation that it was a major tool in Russia's efforts to sow discord leading to and during the 2016 U.S. presidential election. The firm has suspended or shut down hundreds of accounts linked to the Russian propaganda organization, the Internet Research Agency (IRA). Facebook says ads that ran on the company's social media platform and have been linked to a Russian internet agency were seen by an estimated 10 million people before and after the 2016 U.S. presidential election. The company turned 3,000 ads over to 3 congressional committees in October 2017 as part of their investigations into Russian influence in the 2016 election. In a company blog post, Facebook's Elliot Schrage said the ads appeared to focus on divisive social and political messages, including LGBT issues, immigration and gun rights. In many cases, the ads encouraged people to follow pages on those issues. Facebook said last month that the ads appear to have come from accounts associated with a Russian entity called the Internet Research Agency. Fewer than half of the ads, which ran between 2015 and 2017, were seen before the election, with 56% of them seen after the election. It also launched a tool late last year that helps users determine whether they interacted with content posted by the IRA. It shows if pages or accounts users liked or followed between January 2015 and August 2017 were created by Russian operatives. The account spread posts on race, religion, gun rights, gay rights, immigration. Facebook plans to launch its own X Factor-style singing competition where social network users nominate their friends as contestants. Auditions and voting are set to take place entirely on Facebook, the company announced during a presentation at a Television Critics Association event used by networks and streaming platforms to promote their slate of upcoming shows. The singing contest forms part of Facebook's latest push into original programming, as the service attempts to compete for audiences with the likes of Netflix, Prime Video and YouTube. Scroll down for video. The Menlo Park-based social network launched its own video streaming service, Facebook Watch, in the United States last year with a number of original series, news programs and user-generated content. The company remained tight-lipped about the details around its new singing contest during the media event, which was held at TAM's headquarters in Maryland. The show promises to put the audience at the center, said Facebook's vice president of product Fiji Simo. The company also announced plans to debut an interactive reality show starring basketball star Shaquille O'Neal on a quest to open a restaurant. Facebook Watch was launched with more than 20 new premium full-length shows, as well as a number of shorter 5 to 10-minute episodes that are refreshed daily. This two-tier approach allows the company to provide more clip-oriented content similar to YouTube as well as challenging Netflix's supremacy for binge-watching on-demand series. Colleague Humor co-founder Ricky Van Veen is leading the efforts in his role as Global Creative Strategy Chief with former MTV executive Ming Lefevre. For its top-tier shows, Facebook is reported to be spending about 6 figures per episode. This gives them full ownership, which allows the social network to release them to its global audience of 1.9 billion monthly active users. The 8-episode Big Chicken Shack would launch in the coming weeks, Facebook said. In the series, O'Neill will seek advice from Facebook users while preparing to open a restaurant in Las Vegas. The former National Basketball Association star will use Facebook Live to interact with fans, the company said in a statement. Both shows represent the type of interactive television Facebook is trying to create to engage users, said Ricky Van Veen, the company's head of global creative strategy. Facebook Watch is competing for audiences with services that dominate online video like Netflix and YouTube. Van Veen said some Facebook Watch shows were gaining traction, including Time vs. Time, a series starring New England Patriots. A couple living in fear of their autistic son have locked every door and window in the house to protect the other children. Max Whelan, 11, has autism so severe he is constantly engaging in intense violent meltdowns that leave his family living on edge. His mother Liz can be seen being attacked by Max as she exclaims, "That's what I deal with every night," in a preview of 60 Minutes to air on Sunday night. Sister Georgia, 7, told the TV show, "I'm really scared of him," while Harry, 9, described his brother as crazy. But Mrs. Whelan explained, "There is no condition on our love for him, but there are conditions on our safety." Max's aunt Nikki Whelan, a former Neighbours TV star, told the network the situation is really scary. "It's a child you are dealing with the strength of a man," she said. On a GoFundMe page, Liz's sister Katie Brannigan explains Max hits out at anyone within his reach, including the family's dog. He will hit out at anyone who is within his reach, most often his mother, but also his siblings, and even the family's beautiful dog, Kimba, she said. He will regularly tear doors from hinges, and anything that is not nailed down becomes a weapon to be hurled across a room, regardless of what, or more importantly who is in the way. Each child has a lock on their bedroom door with codes to protect them from Max's outbursts. When Max is frustrated, the family home becomes a war zone, and everyone in it is at risk, the page states. They have taken to locking themselves in their rooms, fitted with special combination locks, for their own protection. The fundraising page has been set up to raise funds for the family to build a facility for Max to provide a safe home for all the family. If they are unable to set up their own facility for Max as well as providing a safe home for their other children, they have no choice but to consider relinquishing Max to the state. An absolutely heart-wrenching thought for any parent to ever have to. A family has claimed they were kicked off an Emirates flight home because they were traveling with their son who has autism, epilepsy and severe learning difficulties. The family attained medical clearance ahead of their flight from New Zealand, but shortly after boarding their final leg to France from Dubai last Wednesday, they were ordered to disembark. Eli, the teenage son of journalist Isabel Kumar, was understandably distraught at being removed from the aircraft, as were his two younger twin siblings. The mother blasted the airline's handling of the situation via Twitter, saying it was only once the family made it off the plane that staff agreed Eli was okay to fly. "We told Emirates every step of the way that Eli had epilepsy and autism, but when we asked for a seat with a vacant seat next to it in case he had a seizure, they suddenly wanted to see the medical certificate," she told Euronews. By this stage, however, it was too late, and the family was forced to wait 9 hours at the airport to find out if they would be staying in a hotel or put on an alternative flight. The boy's father, Adam Brown, brought his young family to live in New Zealand for a year so they could connect with the culture from his side of the gene pool. But despite having flown around the world in different parts of the country throughout the year with no trouble, Emirates still would not allow the teen to fly. They kicked them off with such gusto, even threatened to get police to remove them, Mr. Brown's brother told NZ Herald. Ms. Kumar supplied running commentary of the airport fiasco to Twitter, writing, "Thanks Emirates for removing our family from your flight. Our son has epilepsy, we had told you, just come 14 hours from Melbourne, got his doctor on the phone and medical clearance while still on board. He has autism and severe learning difficulties, very traumatic." The airline promptly said it would look into the query. However, several hours later the family was still without answers. "Hi Isabel, we're sorry to hear this. Please DM us your booking reference and email address. We'll look into this," Emirates wrote to Isabel. Finally, more than a week later, the family boarded their final flight home on Thursday. Wondering if Emirates will deign to apologize for how they treated us. As if traveling with a kid with disabilities wasn't difficult enough, Ms. Kumar said. The airline has since apologized for the distress and inconvenience caused to the family. Such situations are usually difficult for operational staff to assess, and they opted to act in the best interest of our passengers' safety as well as on advice from our medical team. A family's successful 16-year fight to save their property from compulsory acquisition has been compared to the battle won by the Kerrigan clan in the movie The Castle. The Carter family, who have a sizable rural property in Morong, west of Bendigo, Victoria, will now get to keep the 311 hectares of land their local council wanted to take over. Bendigo Council had voted in April to acquire the land for a business park, but on Wednesday the Victorian Planning Minister announced he had rejected the move. The property has been in the Carter family for about 100 years, and they have been fighting to stave off compulsory acquisition for the last 16 years. Scroll down for video. 5 generations of the family have lived on the property, including Tammy Carter, who calls a former pub on the site, which hails from the 1850s home. "We are still in shock and have some disbelief that it is all really over," Miss Carter told the ABC. "But we are over the moon that good can prevail and the little guys really can win." The Carter family had refused to sell the property and recently chose not to accept a $4 million offer. Ms. Carter told the Herald Sun that if the family were to lose the property, their farming business would become unviable. "It is also part of our family history. We have been farming here for close to 100 years, and we have future generations to think of," she told the publication. Her father Max Carter recently told the ABC the battle to save the family property had been fairly stressful at times. Victoria's planning minister, Richard Wynne, said in a statement the decision to reject the compulsory acquisition was the right outcome. The proposed land acquisition by the council was well-intentioned but ignored the strongly held views of the landowners and was not justified in the circumstances, Mr. Wynne said. The Victorian Planning Authority will now work with the council at looking at alternative sites or a major business park elsewhere and the jobs this will create for Bendigo. But in a statement, Bendigo Mayor Margaret O'Rourke described the decision as extremely disappointing. This decision will have a significant impact on our thriving advanced local manufacturing sector and will no doubt be disappointing for the Bendigo Manufacturing Group, for which this project has been a priority for 16 years, she said. Ms. O'Rourke said the council made a generous offer to the landowners based on its current zoning, which increased the land value. A well-known entertainer has won a legal battle to keep his name hidden as he faces charges of bashing a woman and his family. The man was charged with intentionally injuring the woman and pleaded not guilty at the North Shore District Court, New Zealand Herald reports. The accused man had been on bail after appearing at the Auckland courthouse in June and had successfully argued for interim name suppression. The court ruled in favor of concealing the celebrity's name on Friday after defense lawyer Paul Wicks fought for his client's name to be suppressed. Mr. Wicks argued that revealing the man's name to public would cause him to suffer extreme hardship as his parents and children were unaware of the charges laid against him, New Zealand Herald report. New Zealand has one of the worst family violence rates in the world, with as many as 80% of cases not being reported. Happy birthday to everyone celebrating today. But did you know you share it with these famous faces? These are the celebs who will be popping open the champers this evening. South Shields-born Perry Edwards first rose to fame on the 8th series of The X Factor in 2011. Originally entering the singing reality series as a solo artist, Perry was one of 4 girls to then be put into girl band Little Mix. The foursome became the first ever band to win the show and have since enjoyed chart success with #1 singles Shout Out to My Ex, Black Magic and Wings. In May 2012, she began dating fellow X Factor alumni Zayn Malik from One Direction, and the two got engaged 18 months later. Exactly 2 years after their engagement, the A-list pair split and Perry has been dating Liverpool footballer Alex Oxlade-Chamberlain since February 2017. Perry suffers from esophageal atresia and has had multiple surgeries to treat the birth defect which prevents the esophagus from reaching the stomach. The singer turns 25 today. Actress Sofia Vergara is best known for her role as Gloria Estefan in hit television series Modern Family. The Colombian A-lister grew up in Barranquilla and is one of 5 siblings. After being scouted by a photographer while on a Colombian beach, Sofia left her degree in dentistry to pursue a career in television and modeling. Her big break came when she was cast as the stepmother Pritchett matriarch in mockumentary sitcom Modern Family in 2010. Sofia married her high school boyfriend when she was just 18 years old, but the couple split 2 years after the birth of their son Manolo in 1991. She married True Blood actor Yoma Ongoniello in 2015 after just 6 months of dating. Sofia turns 46 today. American singer, actress and once fashion designer Jessica Simpson will also be blowing out the birthday candles later today. Originally known as a country singer, Jessica was just 16 years old when she signed a recording contract with Columbia Records. Her debut album sold over 4 million copies worldwide, while hit single I Wanna Love You Forever charted in the top 3. When she married fellow singer Nick Lachey in 2002 after 4 years of dating, the two starred in MTV reality series Newlyweds. Nick and Jessica based around their marriage and respective careers. Following their split in 2005, Jessica then became romantically involved with musician John Mayer before marrying American football player Eric Johnson in 2014. The couple share 5-year-old Maxwell and 3-year-old Ace. Jessica's younger sister Ashley is also a singer and former MTV reality star. Jessica turns 38 today. William Shakespeare's birthday is normally celebrated on April 23, although the exact date is unknown. The poet was baptized in Stratford-upon-Avon on April 26, 1564, leading to the assumption that he was born 3 days before. He also passed away on April 23, 1616. Making it a popular legend that he died on his birthday. Legendary cosmologist Stephen Hawking, who passed away on March 14, 2018, was born in Oxford on January 8, 1942. The Beatles' John Lennon, who was shot dead in New York on December 8, 1980, at the age of 40, was born in Liverpool on October 9, 1940. Elizabeth II, who's been the Queen of England since 1952, was born in Mayfair, London, on April 21, 1926. The Queen also has an official birthday, which she celebrates on the second Saturday in June. WW2 Prime Minister Winston Churchill celebrated his birthday on November 30. He was born in Blenheim Palace, Oxfordshire, in 1874. Happy birthday to everyone celebrating today, but did you know you share it with these famous faces? These are the celebs who will be popping open the champers this evening. Born in Ontario, Alessia is a singer-songwriter made famous by her debut single, Here, and she will be celebrating her 22nd birthday today. Cara is of Italian descent and is fully fluent in the language. Her father was born in Canada to Italian parents, and her mother is an Italian immigrant. She has collaborated with Zayd on Single, Stay, and Logic on his single quote 1-800-273-8255 single quote with Khalid. The young singer has won multiple awards for her songs, including an MTV Music Video Award. David Henry from The Wizards of Waverly Place is turning 29 today. Can you believe it? He played Selena Gomez's awkward older brother Justin in the Disney Channel show, and he also starred as Ted's son on How I Met Your Mother. He is now happily married to wife Maria Cahill and lives in California, his place of birth. He is a practicing Roman Catholic and regularly attends church. New York native Lil' Kim spent most of her teen years on the streets after being kicked out by her father and has had a pretty troubled life. She was discovered by rap legend The Notorious B.I.G. and her career skyrocketed from there. Back in 2005, she served a prison sentence for lying to a jury about her friend's involvement in a shooting. William Shakespeare's birthday is normally celebrated on April 23, although the exact date is unknown. The poet was baptized in Stratford-upon-Avon on April 26, 1564, leading to the assumption that he was born 3 days before. He also passed away on April 23, 1616. Making it a popular legend that he died on his birthday. Legendary cosmologist Stephen Hawking, who passed away on March 14, 2018, was born in Oxford on January 8, 1942. The Beatles' John Lennon, who was shot dead in New York on December 8, 1980, at the age of 40, was born in Liverpool on October 9, 1940. Elizabeth II, who's been the Queen of England since 1952, was born in Mayfair, London, on April 21, 1926. The Queen also has an official birthday, which she celebrates on the second Saturday in June. WW2 Prime. Happy birthday to everyone celebrating today, but did you know you share it with these famous faces? These are the celebs who will be popping open the champers this evening. Winnie is a Canadian fashion model who found fame on America's Next Top Model. She was diagnosed with vitiligo aged 4, a skin condition made widely known by Michael Jackson. Winnie had a difficult time at school because of the white patches on her skin, and she was teased by children at school and called cow or zebra. Winnie Harlow was first discovered on Instagram by Tyra Banks and was subsequently picked to be one of the 14 finalists of the 21st cycle of America's Next Top Model. Winnie, under the name of Chantel, was the second wannabe model to leave the show and finished 6th on a later series for eliminated contestants. She became the brand representative for Desigual shortly after appearing on America's Next Top Model, and her career has skyrocketed from there. Winnie turns 24 today. Faryal is the wife of champion boxer Amir Khan, but their relationship has been far from plain sailing. Pakistani-American Faryal was born in Brooklyn. Her father Shaukat and mother Zia have a luxury home on Staten Island. The model owns her own makeup brand and is an Instagram star. She married heavyweight boxer Amir Khan back in 2013, having been introduced to him by a mutual friend. The couple tied the knot with a glamorous 1,000-guest ceremony at New York's Waldorf Astoria Hotel. Faryal and Amir have 2 children, Lamisa and Elena. Faryal turns 27 today. Jonathan Rhys-Myers was born Jonathan Michael Francis O'Keefe on July 27, 1977, in Dublin, Ireland. He's a well-known actor in the UK and America, where he currently lives. He was spotted by a casting agent at Cork Pool Hall at the Victoria Sporting Club, who encouraged him to pursue a career in acting. Jonathan's first film role was in A Man of No Importance in 1994, and has also starred in Bend It Like Beckham, Match Point and The Tudors. Jonathan has been married to actress and producer Mara Lane since 2016, and they have 1 child together, a son named Wolf Rhys-Myers. Jonathan turns 41 today. William Shakespeare's birthday is normally celebrated on April 23, although the exact date is unknown. The poet was baptized in Stratford-upon-Avon on April 26, 1564, leading to the assumption that he was born 3 days before. He also passed away on April 23, 1616, making it a popular legend that he died on his birthday. Legendary cosmologist Stephen Hawking, who passed away on March 14, 2018, was born in Oxford on January 8, 1942. The Beatles' John Lennon, who was shot dead in New York on December 8, 1980, at the age of 40, was born in Liverpool on October 9, 1940. Elizabeth II, who's been the Queen of England since 1952, was born in Mayfair, London, on April 21, 1926. The Queen also has an official birthday, which she celebrates. Happy birthday to everyone celebrating today, but did you know you share it with these famous faces? These are the celebs who will be popping open the champers this evening. Action star, bodybuilder, And politician Arnold Schwarzenegger has had a varied career to say the least. The star first rose to fame as the youngest ever winner of bodybuilding competition Mr. Olympia when he took home the title at the age of 23 in 1970. Following this, Arnold then ventured into acting and first appeared in the title role in comedy film Hercules in New York. Combining his love of bodybuilding and acting, Arnold hit the Hollywood big time when he was cast in the 1982 fantasy film Conan the Barbarian and later went on to star in the hugely successful Terminator franchise. From 2003 to 2011, Arnold worked as the Republican governor of California and entered office with an enormous approval rating of 65%. The action star shares 4 children with former wife Maria Shriver, but the couple split after 25 years of marriage in 2011 when news came to light that Arnold had fathered a son with former household employee Patty Bana. Arnold turns 71 today. Most famous for her role as Phoebe Buffay in hit sitcom Friends, Lisa Kudrow is celebrating a big birthday today. While we all know and love her as the eccentric singer-songwriter Phoebe, only true die-hard Friends fan will know that Lisa also played her Friends character's twin sister Ursula in television series Mad About You from 1993 to 1999. Struggling to make ends meet, Lisa took the role of anonymous recurring waitress in Mad About You before Friends started. But when both shows were picked up and aired within a half-hour slot, the writers had to think of a way of incorporating Lisa into both their shows, hence why Ursula became the perfect cover-up. During the show's 10-year run, Lisa married advertising executive Michelle Stern, and the couple welcomed their son Julian in 1998. Friends writers incorporated Lisa's pregnancy into the show by making Phoebe act as a surrogate for her brother Frank. After Friends finished in 2004, Lisa went on to star in hit films P's I Love You, Easy and The Girl on the Train. Lisa turns 55 today. Born and raised in Chicago, Gina Rodriguez first catapulted to fame as a title character in television series Jane the Virgin. Expressing an interest in performing from a young age, Gina was a keen salsa dancer and was one of 13 students accepted into Columbia University's theatrical collaboration program when she was a teenager. Waiting for her big break, Gina first appeared in Law and Order in 2004 and played Beverly in the American soap opera The Bold and the Beautiful from 2011. Currently in its 4th season, Gina was first cast as Jane Villanova in the satirical comedy soap opera in 2014. The actress has suffered from Hashimoto's disease since she was 19 years old, which is an autoimmune disease where the thyroid gland gradually breaks down. In an interview with Self magazine, Gina has described the condition the curse of a lifetime and has experienced depression, loss of eyebrow hair, puffy face, forgetfulness, weight gain, infertility, and more. Gina turns 34 today. William Shakespeare's birthday is normally celebrated on April 23, although the exact date is unknown. The poet was baptized in Stratford-upon-Avon on April 26, 1564, leading to the assumption that he was born 3 days before. He also passed away on April 23, 1616, making it a popular legend that he died on his birthday. Legendary cosmologist Stephen Hawking, who passed away on March 14, 2018, was born in Oxford on January 8, 1942. The Beatles' John Lennon, who was shot dead in New York on December 8, 1980, at the age of 40, was born in Liverpool on October 9, 1940. Elizabeth II, who's been the Queen of England since 1952, was born in Mayfair, London, on April 21, 1926. The Queen also has an official birthday, which she celebrates on the second Saturday in June. Happy birthday to everyone celebrating today, but did you know you share it with these famous faces? These are the celebs who will be popping open the champers this evening. Author of one of the best-selling children's book franchises of all time, Joanne Rowling first imagined the world of witchcraft and wizardry while on a delayed train from Manchester to London's King's Cross station in 1990. Despite being rejected by all 12 publishers, Rowling sent her first manuscript to Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone was published in June 1997 to great critical success. As a struggling single mom living in Edinburgh, signing an American book deal was life-changing for Rowling, and the success of the series grew exponentially with every book she released. Not to mention the multi-million-pound film franchise. Rowling also incorporated mental health awareness into her work, with the draining and life-threatening Dementors symbolizing her struggle with depression. After the last Harry Potter book was published in 2007, becoming the fastest-selling book of all time, Rowling has gone on to write a crime series following troubled private investigator Cormoran Strike, which has also been turned into a television series by the BBC. In 2001, Rowling married Scottish Dr. Neil Murray and have 2 children together, David and Mackenzie. Rowling became the world's first author billionaire but lost this status after giving a generous portion of her earnings to multiple charities. The Harry Potter author turns 53 today. Rico Rodriguez is best known for his role as overly sophisticated mummy's boy Manny Delgado in the hit American sitcom Modern Family. Born in Texas in 1998, Rico began acting when he was 7 years old after his older sister Rainey took up the profession. When he was just 11 years old, Rico was cast as one of the leads in Modern Family and has won an Screen Actors Guild Award for Outstanding Performance by an Ensemble in a Comedy Series twice. Aged 14, Rico also released the book Real Life Lessons. So far about his time on screen. In March 2017, Rico lost his father Roy to an unknown illness. Alongside his Modern Family role, Rico has also appeared in children's television shows and even made a cameo in the Muppets movie in 2011. Rico turns 20 today. Famous for her role as promiscuous Stacey Conrad in the Pitch Perfect movies, Alexis Knapp also has reason to celebrate today. A true Hollywood rags-to-riches tale, Alexis grew up on the quiet coast of North Carolina before moving to Los Angeles to pursue her acting dream at the age of 18. The aspiring actress gained herself a legion of online fans for hosting the World of Warcraft video series Project Lore. In 2010, Alexis briefly dated Hollywood megastar Ryan Phillippe, who was 42 at the time, before the two split up in September. The 21-year-old actress gave birth to her daughter Kai in July 2011. She is most famous for her role as Stacey, one of Pitch Perfect's Barden Bellas, in all 3 movies. Alexis turns 29 today. William Shakespeare's birthday is normally celebrated on April 23, although the exact date is unknown. The poet was baptized in Stratford-upon-Avon on April 26, 1564, leading to the assumption that he was born 3 days before. He also passed away on April 23, 1616, making it a popular legend that he died on his birthday. Legendary cosmologist Stephen Hawking, who passed away on March 14, 2018, was born in Oxford on January 8, 1942. The Beatles' John Lennon, who was shot dead in New York on December 8, 1980, at the age of 40, was born in Liverpool on October 9, 1940. Elizabeth II, who's been the Queen of England since 1952, was born in Mayfair, London, on April 21, 1926. The Queen also has an official birthday, which she celebrates on the second Saturday in June. A grazier has made an emotional plea for dog owners to lock up their pets after 2 pregnant cows and a calf were brutally killed by the animals on her cattle stud. Sarah Eaton is a cattle farmer based in Stone Creek, southeast Queensland. In the last 2 weeks, 4 of her cows, including 2 pregnant Herefords, have been savagely mauled by dogs. Miss Eaton took to Facebook, issuing an emotional threat to the owners of the dogs who killed her cows. Scroll down for video. In the viral video, the cattle stud owner showed graphic footage of a 4th cow whose ears were ripped off by a dog. She was forced to euthanize the animal as it was also suffering from painful wounds to its nose and backside. Miss Eaton warned dog owners that she will shoot any dogs she sees near her cattle. If people of Stony Creek or Woodford or those traveling through can't keep their ing dogs locked up, I'm going to shoot them, promise, Miss Eaton said in the video. She believes the dogs that attacked her cows were domesticated and not wild. None of the animals are getting touched after they've been killed, and they're going for big strong animals, they're not going for weak old ones, she told the ABC. They're not going for calves, they're going for big animals. People have taken to social media to support Miss Eaton's plight to protect her cattle and her livelihood. I am on her side. Am totally over irresponsible pet owners who let their animals roam, one woman said. Fully agree. This is the fault of the pet owners. No one else. If they can't or won't control their pets, then the pets may be controlled like any other feral threat to stock or wildlife. Some stock are more than just assets, they interact with people in incredible ways, and this makes the relationship more than just grazier to stock. Seeing the most interactive friendly animals you have torn to pieces and left to die can be enraging. A fashion brand has been praised for using models with self-harm scars, but others fear it could promote cutting. Brand Goodbye Bread says it is a community of the coolest girls in the room #GBSQUAD, and some of their models are heavily tattooed and have a number of piercings. And one model they feature in their campaign has a number of self-harm scars across her body. A number of big retailers have embraced natural beauty, using plus-size models, those with vitiligo, and not photoshopping out stretch marks or cellulite. Which is why Goodbye Bread received a lot of praise for building on that and including models with these scars. A spokesman told metro.co.uk, "Body scars are a part of a person's life journey that should not be photoshopped." Goodbye Bread wants to show to all girls out there that they should love themselves and reject fashion's unrealistic standards. A photo uploaded to Instagram of the model received more than 30,000 likes, with people commending her bravery. One person wrote, "I'm happy that she's modeling freely and confidently without worried about showing herself. But, just like we should look past the fact that people have stretch marks or cellulite, we should move past the fact that she has scars." Another wrote, "The industry should be more open to models with scars. This is so empowering." A third said, "Good for her for not letting her past define her future. We should be empowering each other and embrace our bodies no matter what." And another wrote, "I find it inspiring to see a model that's got self-harm scars, and I applaud you for not discriminating against her for it." But some people feared it could lead to the practice becoming normalized. One person asked, "I think she is beautiful. Why she need to cut herself? Maybe she need help?" Another person, who went through something similar, said, "I'll never be proud of my scars, because I don't like romanticizing mental illness, and I'm not proud of what I did to my body but I'll own up to it." Hurting yourself is a sad reality, but it's becoming a mainstream fad for some group of asterisks reason. A third person added, "Some people may get triggered by it and it could set people off to self-harm. I'm not saying she can't love herself, but some people suffer from baby cut syndrome. Personally I do, which can also set people off. She is lovely and I encourage her to embrace herself, but I know lots of people who may struggle with seeing this." This person thought, "This may be a good way to uplift people with self-harm scars, but I fear it may be also a way of normalizing it." But Asimula Georgiadi, co-founder of Goodbye Bread, defended the use of the model. They told metro.co.uk, "We believe that not editing body scars is an important step toward encouraging body positivity and self-confidence. Showing to all girls out there that have been under a similar situation that they are beautiful no matter what they go through. Goodbye Bread is not just a store. We are a community of girls, and it is important that our actions celebrate individuality and empower girls to be themselves." ASOS was praised for using unretouched plus-size models. And this 45-year-old mum. First there was the underboob bikini, and now a new swimwear trend is causing divide on the internet. Say hello to the Beach Siren Bikini, a brand new design featuring suspender-style bottoms. Fashion Nova is selling the revealing swimwear for £22, available in burgundy red and black. The two-piece design features a crop-style bikini top with high-rise thong bottoms. But it's the suspender-style thigh garters that have harnessed attention online. The non-removable straps had some shoppers confused, with many asking if the two-piece was swimwear or lingerie. After posting the bikini on Instagram yesterday, many customers were quick to comment on Fashion Nova's Instagram post. And it certainly seems the swimwear has divided opinion on social media. One user wrote, "Imagine wearing this at the beach. The tan lines though," while another said, "Wait. This is a bikini not lingerie? Everything be way too sexy nowadays." One confused Instagram user commented, "The only place you should wear this at is your own personal pool at home with your mans." But while some weren't impressed, others couldn't wait to get their hands on the design. One user said they were ordering it now, while another revealed, "OMG, I need this." Both bikinis are still available in all sizes, but would you wear one on your holes? Earlier this week, We told you all about the see-through swimwear trend, loved by Amber Davies, Olivia Buckland and Kate Wright. We also the mother and grandmother of an 18-year-old who was left to rot to death in his home have been jailed for a total of 7 years. Jordan Burling, 18, resembled the victim of a Second World War death camp when he died in bed in Leeds in 2016. His mother Dawn Cranston, 45, and grandmother Denise Cranston, 70, were jailed for manslaughter for 4 years and 3 years respectively after a hearing at Leeds Crown Court today. His 25-year-old sister Abigail Burling was jailed for 18 months for failing to prevent him from dying. Jordan died from acute bronchopneumonia inside the House of Horrors, which was cluttered, but full of food, a judge said. When Jordan was finally found, he was covered in bed sores, and was wearing a soiled nappy. The teenager was so weak and emaciated he did not respond to treatment by paramedics after being found lifeless on a makeshift bed, weighing just 38 kilograms. Despite his suffering, a judge said the family was not on the breadline, and in fact there were 3 fridges stacked with food in the home. Scroll down for video. During a search of the Cranston house, police also found remains of a dead baby kept in a rucksack for 14 years. Sentencing at Leeds Crown Court today, Judge Mr. Justice Spencer told the 3 women it was almost beyond belief that Mr. Burling should have been allowed to die in his own house, here in Leeds, in 2016, in the bosom of his family. He likened images of the teen to photographs of Nazi death camp victims. The judge said, "It is important to emphasize that this was not a deprived household in material terms, nor were any of you inadequate to the point that you were unable to live a reasonably normal life outside the home. Although the house was full of clutter, you all had mobile phones, laptop or tablet computers and great deal of other equipment. The house was well stocked with food. There were 3 refrigerators or freezers." He said, "Through your gross negligence, a precious human life was lost needlessly." In a statement read outside court, the family of his father, Stephen, said he was not aware of the dead baby until police told him about it. In the past, Jordan's father said he had urged his mother to take him to the doctors. He also claimed he was banned from seeing his son. The statement said, "It has been truly horrific to learn in court the full extent of the pain and suffering that Jordan went through, and also to discover that Stephen had another son who he and the family knew nothing about. As a family, we feel we have been denied any knowledge of that baby boy's existence. We have also been denied the quality time we should have had with Jordan if those responsible for his death had got the medical care he needed. We feel betrayed by the people we trusted to care for Jordan." Stephen and the family will always remember Jordan having a bubbly and chatty personality. "We have had 2 years of hell coming to terms with Jordan's death, and we would like to thank the police and everyone involved who has helped to support us through this dreadful time. We now want to be left to grieve in peace and to lay Jordan and the baby to rest with the dignity and love they deserve." The court heard Thursday how Dawn Cranston suffers from mental health issues and had struggled with her own father's suicide. Her own childhood was described as dysfunctional in court. Jordan's grandmother, Mother Denise, was described as being in the lower 10% of the population for intelligence, Leeds Live reported. Last week, A jury at Leeds Crown Court unanimously convicted 45-year-old Don Cranston of manslaughter, as well as his grandmother, Denise Cranston, 70. Mr. Burling's 25-year-old sister, Abigail Burling, was found not guilty of manslaughter, but guilty of an alternative charge of causing or allowing the death of a vulnerable person. During the 5-week trial, prosecutor Nicholas Lumley QC described the extent of the neglect that the two relatives showed towards the teenager, telling jurors, Jordan had been allowed to decay, to rot to death, by those closest to him, over a period of, at least, several weeks. Paramedic Bridget Shepherd, who rushed to his aid, claimed the dying man looked very pale and very emaciated when she first attempted to treat him on June 30, 2016, the day of his death. She added that his bone structure was clearly visible and that his mother had claimed that he had not been eating for a few weeks. A series of witnesses claimed that the 18-year-old's mother did not seem bothered as medics attempted to revive him with CPR, whilst Denise Cranston supposedly remained seated in a nearby armchair. Don Cranston was even heard telling a 999 operator shortly before Mr. Burling's death that his unresponsive state was a blessing, as it meant she would not have to go work that day. Police Constable Ben McNamara, who arrived at the home of Don and Denise Cranston just hours after the teenager's death, claimed that the first thing the deceased's mother asked him was how much the funeral would cost. Referencing the comment, he said, "I was surprised by everyone's lack of emotion. It is a strange thing to say after he had just died." Another police officer claimed the deceased's mother seemed overly concerned about whether she would be able to get refunds for a Zimmer frame and American food she had bought her son from Amazon. Giving evidence in the trial, Mr. Burling's mother claimed that he suddenly started to lose weight in April 2016, but refused to go to the doctors after previously being turned away for arriving a minute late. Crying throughout her account of the months immediately preceding his passing, she claimed that the teenager suddenly got to the point where he would not move out of the chair or anything like that. She added, "He did not think he would die. I did not want him to die." Prior to the trial, Don Cranston admitted endeavoring to conceal a birth after hiding the remains of her dead baby in a rucksack for around 14 years. Following the verdicts on Tuesday, Jerry Wareham, from the Crown Prosecution Service (CPS), Yorkshire and Humberside, said Mr. Burling's death was one of the most shocking cases they have ever dealt with. He added, "These women had a duty of care towards Jordan. However, the CPS showed the court that instead they allowed him to rot to death in his own home." Words cannot begin to convey the extent of Jordan's terrible suffering at the hands of the very people he should have been able to trust the most. Those responsible for that suffering have been found guilty of causing his death. There will now be an investigation into whether or not care services did their job correctly. Social services became involved in 2001, when a health visitor felt Don and Jordan's father, Stephen Burling, were struggling and needed parental support. A primary school report stated there was a general neglect of Jordan's basic needs, and he was lacking toilet training, had black teeth and had few language skills. He was removed from school by his mother just a few terms into secondary school at the age of 12. During the 4-week trial, the father of the missing Iowa college student who mysteriously vanished after going for a jog, is pleading with the community to call in with tips. Molly Tibbetts, 20, has been missing for more than a week after she disappeared on July 18 while dog-sitting for her boyfriend in the rural town of Brooklyn, Iowa. It is believed she was doing homework late in the evening at her boyfriend's apartment shortly before she disappeared. Rob Tibbetts believes the answer to his daughter's whereabouts lies with the public. "It doesn't matter what we're going through, we just need people to think," he told Good Morning America. "Somebody knows something and they don't even know it's important. We can get Molly back. We just have to have somebody to call the tip line." Tibbetts said investigators have told him again and again that missing person cases similar Molly's have always been solved by a tip from the community. "What we need is for people to tell their friends and neighbors that if they saw anything that seemed even remotely out of the ordinary to call authorities and they will run that down," he said. Scroll down for video. Molly was reported missing after she failed to show up for work on July 19. "One of her work friends called me and said she didn't come in today and she didn't call in," Dalton Jack, Molly's longtime boyfriend, told GMA. "I was like, well, that's not like her." Molly was last seen on an evening jog in Brooklyn near Jack's home, where she is currently living for the summer. Jack was doing a construction job 121 miles away. He is not considered a suspect in the case. Although it's unclear if she returned to the home, Molly's family members said she sent Jack a Snapchat that appeared to be taken indoors. It is unclear what time she took the photo, but Jack opened the Snapchat around 10 p.m. And family members said additional evidence shows that Molly was doing her homework on her computer late that evening, according to Chi. Tibbetts said the community has shown tremendous support since news broke of Molly's disappearance. The day after Molly turned up missing, 400 people showed up, spontaneously, to form a spontaneous search effort, he said. "I think it's just because this community knows Molly, they love Molly, and I think the rest of the country is starting to understand too. We all want her back and we're going to have to rely on our law enforcement partners, but we can help them by driving those leads to them that are guiding this search effort," he added. "That's all we can do." Investigators revealed on Friday that they had searched a pig farm about 15 minutes from Jack's home after receiving a tip, but found no sign of the missing University of Iowa freshman. Since then, the T.I.P. Rural Electric Cooperative announced that the company added $1,000 to the existing Crime Stoppers of Central Iowa reward of $1,000. The $2,000 reward will be offered for information that would lead to an arrest or conviction related to Molly's disappearance. Despite the latest unsuccessful search, Molly's mother Laura Calderwood said she is doing her best to stay positive. "If it were me that were missing, Molly wouldn't give up hope. That's not even a thought," she told ABC News. "You won't see me giving up hope. That's not an option." Calderwood said she received a phone call from her son Scott asking if she knew Molly hadn't gone into work that day. Molly's mother said skipping work without letting anyone know was so out of character for her daughter, whom Calderwood described as an outgoing, fun, loving person. "There were alarms going off immediately," Calderwood said. "Within 15 to 20 minutes of me coming home, There were a bunch of her friends, and I could see they were worried. Within 15 to 20 minutes, I called 911. After combing every field, barn and shed in the rural area for almost a week, local police called in for backup from the FBI on Tuesday. Federal officials, who have interviewed more than 100 people, announced they were zeroing in on Molly's internet footprint, keeping tabs on her social media accounts, and analyzing activity recorded by her Fitbit tracker. "She never takes it off," Jack said of Molly's Fitbit. "She uses it for the sleep tracker and all her runs." Mitch Mortv, assistant director of the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigation, said officials are getting a lot of information from her digital footprint. "We are very hopeful with the electronic data we are getting back," he added. Mortv said officials have little to go on, but they're leaning more and more toward something happening to her against her will. Calderwood has thanked the community for coming to her family's aid last week. "The community has gone above and beyond," she said. "We have had." A 33-year-old father has been sentenced to just 20 months in prison after pleading guilty to child pornography and sexual assaulting 2 girls, including his own daughter. The father, who cannot be named to preserve the victim's identity, pleaded guilty to producing and possessing child exploitation material and 2 counts of sexual assault in Hobart's Supreme Court. The man was sentenced to sexually assaulting his 11-year-old daughter and another unidentified girl aged between 10-13 years, Mercury reports. Acting Justice David Porter said the father took pornographic photos and sexually assaulted his daughter in February 2016. The acting justice said the girl told police she was staying at her father's home for the night and did not consent, nor did she recall the pornographic photos being taken. While the girl said she doesn't remember the photos, Acting Justice Porter deduced the girl could have been asleep when they were taken. The girl said in her victim's statement that she now finds it hard to trust people. She feels totally betrayed by the defendant. She does not want to see him or his family again, Acting Justice Porter said. "Child abuse must be strongly condemned," he said. The man was sentenced to 20 months in prison with a non-parole period of 10 months. A father of 2 who has struggled to feed his family since moving states 9 months ago has been sitting at the roadside for 2 days with a sign asking for full-time work. Dale Hardy moved from Goulburn, southwest NSW, to Townsville, North Queensland, last year with his wife, Donna, and their 2 young daughters. The 45-year-old said the family moved to the warmer climate for his daughters' immune systems. Although he was able to find a part-time job, Hardy said he has struggled to land permanent employment. Fed up with his fruitless job search, Hardy stood on the side of Woolcock Street and Ingham Road on Monday and Tuesday with a placard touting his skills and phone number. The father of 2 spends 7 hours each day by the roadside. "We struggle to put food on the table," Hardy told Daily Mail Australia. The 45-year-old said his casual work is not enough to feed his family of 4. His wife, Donna, has been unable to work for 2 years after an accident caused her to lose the ability to use one arm. Although he has not yet been offered full-time work, Hardy said the idea has been well received. "I really want to be working full-time so I can support my family. I don't take days off," he said. Donna said the couple came up with the idea to hold a sign roadside after nothing else seemed to work. "I'm overwhelmed by the support he's received from posts we've put on Facebook," she said. "Me and the girls are very proud of him, as he's willing to do anything to support his family." Donna also urged employers not to judge her husband by his age or weight, as he is a bloody hard worker. Hardy says he will head back out with his son on Thursday. The 45-year-old said he has The FBI believed a missing Iowa student's Fitbit holds the key to finding her after she vanished last week while out on a run. Federal agents announced yesterday they would be taking over the search for Molly Tippett, 20, as fears grow over her whereabouts. Investigators are now sifting through electronic data from social media accounts and a physical activity tracker in search of clues. Mitch Mortv, assistant director of the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigation, said, "We are getting a lot of information back from that process. We are very hopeful with the electronic data we are getting back. We are relying on the FBI heavily because it's an ever-changing world in technology." Local police had been conducting the operation to try and find Molly, who was last seen in the Brooklyn neighborhood of Iowa last Wednesday. Scroll down for video. Mortv confirmed on Tuesday volunteer searches had been called off in favor of professional FBI investigators. "We're still asking for the public's help," Mortv said. "We'd like to get any information we can. The more eyes and ears we have, the better." Mortv said officials have little to go on, but they're leaning more and more toward something happening to her against her will. The extensive search efforts near her home have so far been unsuccessful, and her mother Laura Calderwood says the past 5 days have been excruciating. "There are no words to describe how you feel when you don't know where or how your child is," Calderwood told ABC News. Her mother went on to say that Molly was an outgoing, fun, loving person. She was getting ready to move into her first apartment. She and her boyfriend Dalton were getting ready to go to the Dominican Republic on August 2 to attend Dalton's brother's wedding. Poweshiek County Sheriff Tom Kriegel said this is the longest ever missing person investigation that the farming town of 1,500 people has dealt with. Video courtesy KCRG. Authorities have spent the past 5 days combing every field, barn, shed and building near the missing girl's home. The farming ground has made it difficult to conduct air searches. "We're surrounded by farm ground, corn and soybeans," Sheriff Kriegel told ABC News. "Right now the corn is probably 8-9 feet tall. The only way you can search it is basically walk down every other row. It's difficult. Even the planes flying over have a difficulty looking down in the corn rows." Kayakers also continued. An advertising graduate who scored herself work experience by posing as the famous Fearless Girl statue has now secured her dream job. Jada Laney doused herself in gold paint and posed for 2 hours outside Macon Bristol, the UK counterpart to the agency behind the New York sculpture. The stunt, which took place in May this year, has been hailed as the best job application. The movement was so impressive she was offered the opportunity to spend 2 months learning the ropes at the McCann's office in Bristol. After completing the internship, Jade was offered a full-time position as a junior conceptual creative. McCann Bristol Managing Director Andy Reid added, "Jade has been great since she arrived. She has taken it all in her stride. Just last week she was presenting a client case study in a new business meeting, The Fearless Girl statue was commissioned by State Street Global Advisors via McCann, New York. The bronze statue stands defiantly, facing off against the charging bull sculpture on Wall Street. Sculpted by Kristen Visbal, the artwork's plaque reads "Know the power of women in leadership. She makes a difference." The Fearless Girl is a part of a campaign to pressure companies to add more women onto their boards. "We are really pleased that she has made the grade and is now embarking on an exciting career at McCann. At the time when she engaged in the stunt as she struggled to break into the industry. Jade was working in retail after finishing her degree at the University of Gloucester after a course in art design and mixed media at Bristol School of Art. She sent a message to McCann on LinkedIn to notify them of their plans, and soon after her arrival she started to draw a crowd, including the MD. Jade said, "It has been an unbelievable couple of months. It just shows that it is worth putting yourself out there to achieve your goals. The team at McCann Bristol have been great, and I am so excited about being a fully fledged member of the creative team." Did you change clothes while at the airport? Get to the boarding area late? Fall asleep during the flight? Use your phone? If you're on the Transportation Security Administration's new Quiet Skies list, then a federal air marshal knows the answer to all of those questions, and more. Quiet Skies is a TSA domestic surveillance program that specifically targets travelers who are not under any kind of investigation or on a terrorist watch list. The previously undisclosed program requires federal air marshals to follow ordinary U.S. citizens through airports and on flights, documenting their every move. Federal air marshals must track everything about the person's behavior, referring to a lengthy checklist to make minute-by-minute observations. Now some marshals are speaking out, telling the Boston Globe that they believe the Quiet Skies program is a costly waste of time that may even be unethical. A TSA bulletin states that the purpose of Quiet Skies is to decrease threats by unknown or partially known terrorists, and to identify and provide enhanced screening to higher-risk travelers before they board aircraft. All U.S. citizens are automatically screened for inclusion in the Quiet Skies program. There are 15 rules to screening passengers for the program, with criteria including international travel patterns, behaviors that match those of known or suspected terrorists, or potential affiliations with someone on a watch list. Passengers on the list have included a businesswoman who traveled to Turkey, a Southwest Airlines flight attendant, and even a fellow federal law enforcement officer. While specific countries are not on any TSA bulletins regarding the program, air marshals revealed they were advised in several instances to follow passengers solely because they had traveled to Turkey. When a passenger on the Quiet Skies list is selected for surveillance, a team of air marshals is placed on their next flight. The marshals are given a file that contains a photo of the target as well as their basic information, including when and where they were born. They then observe the target at length from the minute they get to the airport in one destination and leave it in another. Marshals must note whether they were abnormally aware of their surroundings, which could include reversing or changing directions in the airport, attempting to change appearances by changing clothes or shaving on the plane, and boarding late or observing the boarding gate from afar. Behavior indicators that marshals must track are excessive fidgeting or perspiration, facial flushing, rapid eye blinking, strong body odor, sweaty palms, a cold penetrating starry, wide-open staring eyes, face touching, and an Adam's apple jump. They must also note if the target's appearance has changed, including whether they've gained or lost weight, whether their hair length or style has changed, and if they've changed their facial hair. General observations that are tracked include whether the target used a phone to talk or text, if they were in possession of a computer, did they check their baggage or take a carry-on, and if they used the bathroom. Marshals must also know if the subject used public or private transportation to leave the airport after their flight. Passengers can remain on the Quiet Skies list for up to 90 days or 3 encounters, whichever comes first, TSA documents state. Thousands of Americans have already been tracked under the program, and there are about 40 to 50 Quiet Skies passengers on domestic flights every day. Around 35 of them are always being observed by air marshals. Dozens of air marshals have expressed their concern with Quiet Skies since it launched in March. Some marshals have gone as far as to seek legal counsel, fearing that the domestic surveillance program could be illegal. Others believe the program is a waste of taxpayer dollars and only diverts time and resources away from legitimate threats. The Air Marshal Association has also spoken out against the program. The Air Marshal Association believes that missions based on recognized intelligence, or in support of ongoing federal investigations, is the proper criteria for flight scheduling. Currently, the Quiet Skies program does not meet the criteria we find acceptable, it said in a statement. The American public would be better served if these air marshals were instead assigned to airport screening and check-in areas so that active shooter events can be swiftly ended, and violations of federal crimes can be properly and consistently addressed. While TSA would not confirm that the program exists because releasing information would make passengers less safe, it did defend its. In the UK, there's only one sweet treat that comes to mind when someone describes a 4-finger wafer bar coated in milk chocolate, and that is, of course, a Kit Kat. But in Norway, that description would also refer to a Kvikk bar, which similarly comprises 4 fingers of chocolate-coated wafer. The very existence of this Scandinavian look-alike was ultimately what ruined Kit Kat's chances of trademarking the iconic 4-finger shape this week after Nestlé, the makers of Kit Kat, lost its 16-year battle to give the shape protected status in the EU. Instead, judges sitting in the European Court of Justice in Luxembourg sided with Mondelez, the maker of the Kvikk, which can now sell the 80-year-old chocolate bar much more widely throughout the region. With more 4-fingered rivals now predicted to launch, Female compares a 60p Kit Kat to its £1.69 Norwegian competitor to find out how different the taste is, even if the shape is the same. Kit Kat. Even if you were blindfolded and could not see the iconic 4-fingered shape that Nestlé is so keen to trademark, you would be able to identify this iconic 60p chocolate bar at first bite thanks to the combination of chocolate and crunchy wafer. Earlier this year, Nestlé reduced the sugar content of Kit Kats by 10%, instead upping the milk and cocoa content. It is definitely less sweet than the Kit Kats I remember munching on as a child, but it seems to have become richer. The chocolate is quite dark in color for milk chocolate, and there is a slight bitterness one would usually associate with dark varieties. However, there is also a slightly unpleasant metallic aftertaste. The chocolate coats the whole bar, but once you bite in, there is not a satisfying enough chunk of the sweet stuff on the bottom layer to nibble on. The wafer is, however, pleasingly crunchy. Despite increasing the amount of cocoa in the bars, a Kit Kat contains less cocoa than its rival Kviklands, and it shows. Kviklands, it's slightly uncanny to see a chocolate bar that looks just like the iconic Kit Kat, yet isn't one. But side by side, there are obvious differences. A Kviklands, which in the UK is only available from online shop Scandi Kitchen for £1.69, is much lighter in color than a Kit Kat. It also looks like a cheaper, own-brand version, as the chocolate on top is so thin you can see the pattern of the wafer underneath. How about the taste, though? Biting in, you can tell the sugar content is higher as the chocolate is much sweeter than the Nestle rival. The giddiness of a sugar rush hits me almost instantly. The wafer is much chewier than a Kit Kat, but it's not unpleasant. In fact, it reminds me of a Tunnix caramel bar. It's old-fashioned, but nostalgic. Although the chocolate is thin on top, the rest of the bar is much more thickly coated than a Kit Kat, so it feels much more luxuriously quality. And despite being much sweeter, it's less rich. I find I can munch through more before feeling a little queasy than I could with a Kit Kat. Winner, Kviklands. Our taste test crowns Kit Kat's Norwegian rival the winner, thanks to its thicker coating of chocolate, as well as its sweeter and more-ish taste. The two bars may have the same shape, but there are subtle differences between the two. A Kit Kat contains 204 calories per bar, while a Kviklands, which translates as quick lunch and is only available to buy in the UK from online shop Scandi Kitchen for £1.69, contains 258. The Norwegian bar contains at least 30% cocoa solids, while the ingredients list of a Kit Kat say there is only 9% cocoa mass, and less cocoa butter. That's despite Kit Kat increasing the amount of cocoa solids in its bars after reducing the sugar content by 10% earlier this year. In a taste test by Female in April, 5 out of 8 members of the public said they liked the taste of the new recipe Kit Kats better than the old version. One said the taste was richer, while another said there was a higher proportion of chocolate in the new bars. But despite Nestle saying the new chocolate treats would taste the same, all 8 members of the public who took part in the experiment could taste the difference between the old bars and the new ones. Nestle has been trying to trademark the shape of the Kit Kat for more than a decade, so most people would think that the iconic bar was invented first. But in face, Kviklands launched in 1932, 3 years before Kit Kat was first made by Rowntree. Nestle lost its battle to trademark the shape of a Kit Kat this week after failing to provide evidence that the chocolate was sufficiently well known in some EU countries. A general court ruling in 2016 said that Nestle had to prove the Kit Kat was recognizable in every EU country. The court heard it was well known Denmark, Germany, Spain, France, Italy, the Netherlands, Austria, Finland, Sweden and the UK. But judges were instructed that the chocolate was not well enough known in Belgium, Ireland, Greece and Portugal. A female Russian spy has been charged with infiltrating U.S. political groups on the orders of a senior Kremlin official, it has emerged. Maria Butina, 29, a pro-gun activist affiliated with the National Rifle Association (NRA), was arrested yesterday on a charge of conspiracy to act as an unregistered agent of the Russian government. She is accused of developing ties with American citizens and infiltrating political groups, including the NRA, while back-channeling information to Moscow. Court papers say the Washington-based agent worked on behalf of an unnamed Kremlin official to influence senior U.S. politicians between 2015 and 2017. The announcement of her arrest came just hours after U.S. President Donald Trump met with Russian President Vladimir Putin. Following the leaders' meeting in Helsinki, Trump hailed direct, open and deeply productive talks with the Russian president and insisted Moscow had not interfered with the 2016 U.S. election. Butina is a student at American University in Washington, D.C., and a founder of the pro-gun rights Russian advocacy organization Right to Bear Arms. She attended events sponsored by special interest groups including 2 national prayer breakfast events, according to the court documents. The 29-year-old also organized Russian-American friendship and dialogue dinners in Washington with the goal of reporting back to Moscow what she had learned. Prosecutors say the senior Russian official, who worked for the Russian central bank, has since been sanctioned by the U.S. The court records do not name the official. However, Butina is pictured on her Facebook page with Alexander Turshin, the deputy head of Russia's central bank. Turshin was sanctioned by the U.S. Treasury Department in April. Other snaps show the flame-haired activist posing with massive machine guns and rifles. Butina hosted several leading NRA executives and pro-gun conservatives at her group's annual meeting in 2015, reports The New York Times. In recent years, she has been involved in coordinating between U.S. gun rights activists and their Russian counterparts, according to reports. Butina was due in court on Wednesday. Photos on her Facebook page show she has attended NRA-sponsored events. A Justice Department statement said Butina had been developing relationships with U.S. persons and infiltrating organizations having influence in American politics, for the purpose of advancing the interests of the Russian Federation. The announcement of her arrest came just hours after U.S. President Donald Trump met with Russian President Vladimir Putin. Following the leaders' meeting in Helsinki, Trump hailed direct, open and deeply productive talks with the Russian president and insisted Moscow had not interfered with the 2016 U.S. election. She was also detained just days after Special Counsel Robert Mueller charged 12 Russian intelligence officials with directing a hacking effort aimed at swaying the 2016 election. Butina's charge was brought the U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia and do not appear to stem from the ongoing Mueller investigation. We pay for your stories. Do you have a story for the Sun Online News team? Email us at tips@the-sun.co.uk or call 0207 782 4368. Around 50 lawyers beat up a group of men accused of repeatedly raping a 12-year-old hearing-impaired girl over a 7-month period in India. At least 22 men including security guards, lift operators and plumbers working at the apartment block in Chennai where the girl lived allegedly attacked her. They sedated the girl with drugs and then took her to vacant apartments in the block to assault her, police said. They had threatened her with knives and told her they would release videos of the assault if she told anyone, local media reported. Police arrested the men on Monday on charges of rape, attempted murder and criminal intimidation. Television footage showed a group of around 50 lawyers beating up the suspects on the staircase of the City High Court as they were brought into the Mahila court. One cowered in a corner, trying to protect himself from the blows, while passers-by took pictures on their mobile phones. Lawyers have refused to represent the men in court. The president of the Madras High Court Advocated Association said it had decided not to represent any of the men. Even if legal aid is provided, we will oppose it, he said, according to the Times of India. The girl, who lives with her parents in a mostly unoccupied 300-apartment complex, was allegedly sedated and first attacked by a 66-year-old lift operator, according to NDTV. He allegedly invited other men to assault her and they recorded each other raping her. Police said she was also blackmailed with the videos of the attacks. The accused rapists allegedly took the girl to various places in the complex to assault her, including the basement, terrace, gym and public toilets. But on Saturday, the victim told her elder sister who was visiting from Delhi, prompting the family to file a complaint, the Times of India said. The case is the latest of a series of child rapes that have been reported across India this year. In January, an 8-year-old girl was kidnapped, drugged and gang-raped 4 days before being murdered. After an outcry sparked by a number of high-profile cases, India introduced the death penalty for the North Korea has returned the remains of what is believed to be 55 U.S. servicemen killed during the Korean War on Friday, in a rare and somber ceremony where a U.S. military plane arrived in the recluse country to retrieve the cases. The handover of the body remains as a follow-through of North Korean leader Kim Jong-un's promise to President Donald Trump made last June. Trump welcomed the repatriation, tweeting, "The remains of American servicemen will soon be leaving North Korea and heading to the United States. After so many years, this will be a great moment for so many families. Thank you to Kim Jong-un." The United Nations Command confirmed that 55 cases of remains were retrieved from North Korea. The White House also stated that a U.S. Air Force C-17 aircraft containing remains of fallen service members had departed Wonsan, a northern coastal city, on its way to the Osan Air Base in Pyeongtaek, near the South Korean capital of Seoul. In Seoul, a formal repatriation ceremony will be held Wednesday. The ceremony saw U.S. servicemen and a military honor guard line up on the tarmac of the airbase to receive the remains, which were carried in boxes covered in blue United Nations flags. A total of 36,000 American soldiers were killed in the devastating Korean War from 1950 to 1953. And 7,700 bodies are listed missing in the war. A total of 5,300 are believed to still be in North Korea. U.S. Forces Korea Commander General Vincent K. Brooks called the retrieval mission successful. "No, we will prepare to honor our fallen before they continue on their journey home," he said. After the honors ceremony, the remains will be flown to Hawaii for scientific testing and forensic examinations to determine if the remains are human and if they were American. North Korean officials had no comment on the handover, which took place Friday, On the 65th anniversary of the end of the Korean War, which the country celebrated as the day of victory in the Fatherland Liberation War. Despite soaring rhetoric about denuclearization before Kim and Trump met in Singapore, their summit ended with only a vague aspirational goal for a nuclear-free Korean peninsula without a plan of action. The repatriation of remains could be followed by stronger North Korean demands for fast-track discussions to formally end the war, which was stopped with an armistice and not a peace treaty. The U.S. military last month said that 100 wooden temporary transit cases, built in Seoul, were sent to the Joint Security Area at the Korean border as part of preparations to receive and transport remains in a dignified manner. U.S. Forces Korea spokesman Colonel Chad Carroll also said, at the time, that 158 metal transfer cases were sent to a U.S. airbase and would be used to send the remains home. The remains are believed to be some of the more than 200 that North Korea has held in storage for some time, and were likely recovered from land during farming or construction. The vast majority of the war dead, however, have yet to be located and retrieved from cemeteries and battlefields across the countryside. Efforts to recover American war dead had been stalled for more than a decade because of a standoff over North Korea's nuclear program and a previous U.S. claim that security arrangements for its personnel working in the North were insufficient. From 1996 to 2005, joint U.S.-North Korea military search teams conducted 33 recovery operations that collected 229 sets of American remains. The last time North Korea turned over remains was in 2007, when Bill Richardson, a former UN ambassador and New Mexico governor, secured the return of 6 sets. The North marked Friday's anniversary with ceremonies at war-related memorials. The capital Pyongyang and other cities were decked out in national flags and bright red banners. For the first time since 2015, Kim Jong-un has announced a general amnesty will be granted for prisoners who have committed crimes against the state. North Korea has held out the return of remains as a symbol of its goodwill and intention to improve ties with Washington. Officials have bristled, however, at criticism from the U.S. that it seeks to profit from the repatriations by demanding excessive fees for handling and transporting the remains. Pyongyang has nevertheless expressed its willingness to allow the resumption of joint search missions in the country to retrieve more remains. Such missions had been held from 1996 until they were cancelled by President George W. Bush amid heightening tensions over the North's nuclear program in 2005. Post-Kim Trump summit talks between U.S. Secretary of State Mike Pompeo and senior North Korean officials got off to a rocky start earlier this month, with the North accusing the Americans of making unilateral and gangster-like demands on denuclearization. The North also said U.S. officials came up with various conditions and excuses to backtrack on the issue of formally ending the war. The adoption of the Declaration on the Termination of War is a first and foremost process in the light of ending the extreme hostility and establishing new relations between the DPRK and the U.S., the North Korean Central News Agency said in a statement on Tuesday, referring to North Korea by its official name, the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. Peace can come only after the declaration of the termination of war. Pompeo said Wednesday that a great deal of work remains ahead of a North Korea denuclearization deal, but he dodged requests to identify a specific denuclearization timeline in testimony to members of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. Experts say a declaration to officially end the war, which could also involve Seoul and Beijing, would make it easier for Pyongyang to steer the discussions with Washington toward a peace treaty, diplomatic recognition, security assurance and economic benefits. Some analysts believe that North Korea would eventually demand that the United States withdraw or dramatically reduce the 28,500 troops it keeps in South Korea as a deterrent. Washington has maintained Pyongyang wouldn't get sanctions relief and significant security and economic rewards unless it firmly commits to a process of completely and verifiably eliminating its nuclear weapons. There are lingering doubts on whether Kim would ever agree to fully relinquish his nukes, which he may see as a stronger guarantee of survival. Netflix will be releasing Season 1 of Final Space on July 20 for British viewers to watch. Season 1 of the web series has a total of 10 episodes and all installments will be available in a mass drop. Final Space has already aired in America on US network TBS back in February this year. The cartoon series was made by independent filmmaker Alan Rogers and American television executive David Sachs. Final Space aired a pilot back in 2016 before it was commissioned for a full series which hit screens earlier this year. Final Space follows the adventures of astronaut Gary Goodspeed, played by Alan Rogers, and his alien sidekick Mooncake, also Alan Rogers. Each episode of the animated sci-fi comedy sees them landing in trouble and encountering new characters and worlds. A short series summary from TBS reads, an astronaut named Gary and his planet-destroying sidekick called Mooncake embark on serialized journeys through space in order to unlock the mystery of where the universe actually ends and if it actually does exist. Judging by the humor and look of Final Space, the show could be hoping to follow in the footsteps of Rick and Morty, which has a huge and loyal fan base. Final Space will be available to watch on Netflix in the UK. Audiences will able to download episodes to certain devices, depending on their Netflix subscription. The sci-fi show has proved to be so successful that it's been renewed for a Season 2 by TBS. Season 2 of Final Space is expected to be airing in the US at some point in 2019. It's expected that the second cycle will be dropping on Netflix in the UK after American broadcast. Final Space has a star-studded cast which includes some big names across many different films and TV shows, all of whom have lent their voices to the show. Leading the cast will be creator Alan Rogers, who provides the voice for Gary Goodspeed, Mooncake, Tribor Menendez and a number of other characters. Comedian and the voice of SpongeBob SquarePants Tom Kenny lends his vocal talents to the character of Huey. Meanwhile, Emmy-nominated actor Fred Armisen takes on the role of KVN. Doctor Who, Broadchurch and Jessica Jones actor David Tennant is Lord Commander/Jack. While Tika Sumpter of Gossip Girl fame voices Quinn Argoni and Nightfall. The Walking Dead's Stephen Yeun is the voice of Little Kato and Stranger Things actor Caleb McLaughlin is the younger version of Gary. Hollywood legend and Sons of Anarchy actor Ron Perlman is John Goodspeed and veteran voice star John DiMaggio takes on the part of Turk as well as other characters. Other voice cast members include Firefly and Suits' Gina Torres, Stranger Things and Riverdale's office workers trapped in stifling buildings during the heat wave may be finding work a struggle. That is not because they would rather be on the beach, but because the heat makes it harder for the brain to work. A study has found soaring indoor temperatures actually affect people's memory and force them to think more slowly. When people in old buildings without air conditioning were given simple sums, they scored 11% lower in the heat, performing 13% more slowly in a separate test of thinking skills and reaction times. The results were seen at average temperatures of 26 degrees Celsius, 79 degrees Fahrenheit, with dehydration, lack of sleep in the heat and noise from open windows and fans judged to be part of the problem. Researchers at Harvard T.H. Chan School say heat waves can affect people's ability to think similarly to cold temperatures. Lead author Dr. Jose Guillermo Chideno Loren said, "This study shows that high temperatures do not only affect the elderly, but also have effects on younger, healthier people by reducing their cognitive function. The implications are that younger people may have to work harder at school and adults will find it more difficult to learn, think and perform at work." The U.S. researchers split 44 students into two groups, based on whether they lived in modern buildings with air conditioning or older ones without it. Every morning for 12 days they were given smartphone tests, including 10 simple sums adding and subtracting two-digit numbers and the Stroop color test, which requires people to name a color they see, even when it is used to write the name of a different color. Global demand for air conditioning is expected to triple over the next 30 years, experts warned in May. The International Energy Agency said making the pursuit of energy-efficient cooling systems a top priority, the International Energy Agency said. Some 1.6 billion buildings worldwide have AC today, a number that will grow to 5.6 billion by 2050, which amounts to 10 new ACs sold every second for the next 30 years, according to the IEA report. The amount of power needed to meet this anticipated surge in indoor cooling will equal the combined electricity capacity of the US, the EU and Japan. The problem is that energy efficiency among AC units varies widely. Those sold in Europe and Japan tend to be at least 25% more efficient than units sold in the US and China. The results show that 22 degrees Celsius, 72 degrees Fahrenheit, is the perfect temperature for quick thinking times, which slow down after this point. At an average temperature of 26 degrees Celsius, 79 degrees Fahrenheit, those with no air conditioning had 13.4% longer reaction times on both tests and scored 13.3% lower on the sums. That was compared to people in air-conditioned buildings who took the tests at an average temperature of 21.4 degrees Celsius, 71 degrees Fahrenheit. Dehydration is likely to have played a part in the results, with people performing more badly if they had consumed fewer than 6 drinks during the day. The heat also reduces sleep, which makes thinking harder. With every 1 degree Celsius, 34 degrees Fahrenheit rise in temperature cutting sleep time by almost 3 minutes when it was tracked in participants. But these factors and noise from windows and fans are thought to only exacerbate the effects of heat on the brain. The authors suggest this is because the parts of the brain which deal with higher-level thinking are diverted to react to the rise in skin temperature. Theirs is the first study to focus on how indoor, rather than outdoor temperatures, affect cognitive function. For those trapped in offices, while Britain's hot weather continues, The study suggests that caffeinated drinks and regular hydration might help. The study, published in the journal PLOS Medicine, states, future studies are needed to understand the duration of these effects to determine how the implications could extend to larger sectors of the population and could have significant impacts on educational attainment, economic productivity, and workplace safety. The students in the study were living in. She recently showcased her sensational figure in a slogan swimsuit that declared she was born on the beach. And Fiona Falkiner took to Instagram on Thursday to post yet another bikini-clad holiday snap while soaking up the sun in France. The 35-year-old was all smiles as she showcased her curves in a strapless gingham bikini on Plage de Passable Beach in Saint-Jean-Cap-Ferrat. The former Biggest Loser host wore black sunglasses as she posed with a drink in hand while relaxing on a sun-lunger. She captioned her post, "Heaven." Fiona's Instagram fans showered her with compliments, including one who wrote, "My God, you are beautiful." It comes after Fiona shared a sun-kissed photo of herself posing against the backdrop of a picturesque coastline. "So many beaches. So little time," she wrote in the caption. In the snap, she sizzled in a black one-piece swimsuit featuring the slogan, "Born on the Beach." Meanwhile, it was recently reported that Fiona had rekindled her romance with Lara Kreber following their rumored split in February. Earlier this month, firefighters have wrestled a massive 250 kilograms pet crocodile from an apartment complex pond after it was set free by its owner. Authorities in Jakarta were called to remove the reptile from the Paranggriloka residence in Sepayung, in the east of the Indonesia capital, on Monday afternoon. The 4-meter beast was released by the son of its owner, who died after raising the animal since the 1990s. When the resident died, his son continued looking after the crocodile until its size and appetite grew too large, Coconuts Jakarta reported. Footage of the removal operation shows members of the Jakarta Fire and Rescue Agency (PKP) pull the reptile from the water using ropes. After getting bigger like this, his son no longer wants to keep the crocodile. He does not dare, so he asked us to remove it, PKP supervisor Gatot Sulaiman said. Mr. Sulaiman said the pond first had to be drained before his team could haul the crocodile out. The PKP were helped by the Natural Resources Conservation Agency, the Wildlife Animal Rescue Team, and the Civil Service Police. 4 of the workers restrained the crocodile by sitting on top of it while a 5th duct-taped its jaws together. The crocodile was then taken to the reptile park inside the city's Taman Mini theme park. No one was hurt in the removal. This is the first picture of a tragic cyclist who died after suffering a cardiac arrest while taking part in Ride to London as his heartbroken daughter pays tribute. Nigel Buchan Swanson, 69, was at the 56-mile mark when he collapsed and sadly passed away after receiving treatment from medics and fellow riders. Prudential Ride to London Surrey 100 organisers today released a statement from Nigel's wife Deborah after the dad of 3 and granddad of 6 died. It said, "Nigel was a much-loved husband, father and grandfather. He was a very experienced cyclist and died doing something he loved." His daughter Carrie Tonkin, who lives in South Africa, also paid tribute to the fit and healthy cyclist following his unexpected death. She told the Evening Standard, "I am heartbroken and this came as such a shock. He lived in England for many years and was planning on visiting home next year for his 70th. Nigel was taking part in the race over the weekend for Macmillan, with more than £1,000 now raised on his Just Giving page. A separate Just Giving page has also been set up to help his family, with well-wishers donating more than £600. A spokesperson for Prudential said, "Everyone involved in Prudential Ride to London would like to express our sincere condolences to Nigel's family and friends. No further details will be released and the family has asked for privacy. The exact cause of death will be established by later medical examination." This year's sixth Ride to London saw more than 100,000 cyclists taking to the streets of London and Surrey. The event is a 6-year-old who was killed while crossing the road on her way to the local mosque with her dad has been named as Janachal Bakia. Janachal was knocked down at a pedestrian crossing on the Old Bury Road dual carriageway in Smethwick, West Mids, at 10:50 p.m. on Saturday. She had been heading to prayers with her father when she was struck by a car and was pronounced dead at the scene. Her heartbroken dad said in a statement on yesterday, "Janachal, my youngest daughter, was always happy and cheerful. She always brought a smile to everybody's face. She will be greatly missed. I would ask that my family be given space to be able to grieve in private." A 27-year-old man from Smethwick and a 26-year-old woman from Bearwood, West Mids, were arrested on suspicion of causing death by dangerous driving in the wake of the tragedy. They have since been released and are under investigation, West Midlands Police said. DC Damien Gibson, from West Midlands Police's Collision Investigation Unit, said, "We are investigating the circumstances leading to this tragic event. I'm appealing for anyone who saw the collision, or who may have CCTV or dashcam footage, to get in touch." The family are receiving. A 5-foot tsunami has hit tourist beaches in parts of Mallorca and Menorca. A wave measuring nearly 5 feet hit Ciutadella on the west coast of Menorca early this morning. Nearby beaches were also flooded by the meteo tsunami, called a risaga in Catalan Spanish. The freak weather phenomenon also affected holiday resorts in Mallorca, with seawater flooding bars and terraces by the coast and on Drakes and covering beachside roads. Boat owners in the resort on Mallorca's southwest coast were filmed trying to protect their boats. The strong current broke the ropes of a historic sailing boat used by the Mallorca Island Council, which had to be rescued by sailors and brought back to port as it drifted out to sea. There were no reports of any injuries and the meteo tsunami occurred when the beaches were largely empty before holidaymakers started to arrive for their daily dose of sun. Meteo tsunamis, also called meteorological tsunamis, are tsunami-like waves generated when rapid changes in barometric pressure cause a displacement of a body of water. A meteo tsunami that struck Nagasaki Bay in March 1979 killed 3 people. Last summer one was